Hey guys, hope everyone's doing well. So, starting the stream a bit early today, and it'll probably be quite a long stream, I guess. Those of you who were here in the last stream will know that Becca's gone home, back to her parents for a little while. So, I've got the house to myself for a little bit, so I figured longer streams, probably more of them for a little bit anyway. So, one second, just connecting my mic on. But yeah, so we're going to be continuing with the groom as always. We won't be doing anything other than grooming for quite a while, I think. Before we move back into look dev and actually fix the spec, because it's pretty bad. But anyway, just currently rendering IPR, so I'll cancel that. I haven't actually worked off stream on this one, so this is exactly where we left it. Obviously, this hair at the front is without modifiers. Like, there's literally no modifier worked onto it other than, I think, guide comping, but I didn't tweak any settings of anything, so it's very basic. That's something we'll have to fix. We need to kind of break stuff up as well, because it feels like thin sheets of hair rather than actually clumped hair. One thing I was just looking at, the reason I'm rendering from this angle right now, is these lines, they look overly wide, but technically they are correct. But I don't know, for me it doesn't feel like it's got the same, I don't know, it just feels too clean, like the hair's too perfectly parted. So there's a few ways that we can fix that. I'm going to try to do it in a technically more correct way. I have no idea if it will actually work or not in this case. But basically, to kind of have this parting be less even, there's two methods that I'm aware of off the top of my head. The first is to get the roots of your guides and kind of like crimp them across. So what I mean by that is, if I'm going to move this reference off screen for a second, while I get, one sec, the stream's struggling to minimize. Drag that over there. Yes, this render's dead now. Oh yeah, just for the standard at the start of every stream. So this is where we left off. It's a pretty noisy render. I'm going to stop rendering at 4K. I've realized how much time I'm wasting in my evenings. And you know, like, no one is going to be seeing a progression GIF at this resolution, because 4K is like 1 pixel. Like with the resolution of my monitor, 4K by 4K is like this zoomed in. So it's such a massive waste of resources. So I'm just going to continue rendering at 2K, because that's also fine. It's still like, this square is still higher resolution than my monitor. So I'm just going to continue rendering at 2K, and we'll get some cleaner renders out. We'll just have less detail. Probably lose a few of the peach fuzz. But yeah, anyway, back to this thing. So, don't know why Maya's not open. There we go. So, one of the methods, and one of the more popular methods, to be honest, because it is, I'd say, probably the easiest. Let's go to braid root. Something that a lot of people like to do is, let's just say we want to do this section here. What I'm going to do is select these ones for now, I guess. Go into guide control points and grab this first control, do something like that. And if we do the same on the other side, I haven't done this for a while, so I can't remember how well it works, but I know it is a thing. Just do, oh. Is that seriously where the only CV is? Really? Okay, let me just quickly rebuild these guys. Also hide the groom while I'm at it. So one of the methods is to, let's go with 7. And then go to guide control shape. So we could do that. So yeah, something like that. And then when we show the groom with that crimping, basically they're forced closer together, and because of interpolation it doesn't really get too short. Maybe I've done this too much, but you kind of see the general point is that, like, closes up the gap. If I was to now render this from like this angle, for example, let's just do a quick IPR. Obviously camera would have moved, but that's fine. You'll see how there's a section where the parting isn't as obvious, so that's one way to fix it. But that's not really what the hair is doing, as far as I'm aware. Like, I'd need to look at some really high resolution photography of partings, but You know, there's a little bit of that, but not as extreme as what I had. So where was it? Yeah, here. So you can see how the parting's kind of closed up a bit. This bit's open for some reason, like really open. But yeah, it's like kind of closed up a bit. But I don't really like doing it like that. I feel like there's a better way. Well, better is subjective in this case, but let's just bring these down. Beautiful. So I'm gonna select. Don't know why these are broken, but let's just fix these guides. Got control points. There we go. Apparently undoing a rebuild is a bad idea. But yeah, so let's get that back to what it was. So I think what will be a slightly better way, and think is a keyword, because I don't know how high my Pt.25 resolution will have to be for this to work. 25 parts now, that's insane documentation. Yeah, there's a way to find out how long a playlist is. I know that when I finished Rowan Creature, he was 20 parts. He was 63 hours, I think, of video. So this one now will be close to 75 hours of video at this point. So if you're wondering how much of your life you've wasted by watching these streams, and now you know. But yeah, so what I was thinking, let's go into region map just here. Technically, when there's crossovers in the parting, what really is happening is that this region map should have dots on either side. So if I go into the paint tool and just grab this color and just paint a dot here, but let's like make a bit of a bigger one, and then save that. I don't know how well this will come across, but let's try it out. Save that as well. So now we get some hairs crossing over. We'd have to recalculate our clumping because I don't know how high resolution this has to be. In fact, if anyone knows if there's a way to see the PTEX maps within here, not within like Mudbox or anything. So let's just see if that works. Yes, you see how we get some hairs crossing over. Now that technically would be a better way of doing it. Because that's actually having hairs cross over that kind of line, which is, you know, unless you've gone through with a comb and picked them out individually, that will be what it's doing. So I'm going to go back into that. I also want to test out having, because I think that's a bit too ham-fisted, to be honest. So let's try painting that. Another thing I could do is just go in with a very small brush. Let's turn off stylus pressure. So it's got to turn up the audio a little bit. There we go. And just do stuff like that to really like make sure the line doesn't read too cleanly. So that'll be another issue, is that the lines are too straight. So let's just do that. I want to see how this looks. It might look like absolute shit. So let's go back onto the blue. But I think technically an ideal region map in my head is something like that. So it's got like little islands of different color. Let's try that out. Save texture. I'm going to turn off clumping for a second, so it can just do what it has to do. To me, that feels like a much better parting. That feels way more natural than this, although the resolution is a bit low, so let's try pumping that up just a little bit. Let's try going to 50. Apply, accept. Yeah, so that would give us something that's just a little bit more broken up, a little bit more interesting. We've had a guide change color again. But yeah, so technically I feel like that would be a better way of doing it. So let's just go around and do that, and we'll see if it works. If it doesn't work, I'll just go back to the previous version of the scene. In fact, actually, while I'm at it, Let's save a new version of scene. Cool, so let's go around and start breaking this all up a bit. So I'll just try it out on one side for now. That might be a bit too broken up actually, so let's just do that. Get a bit of a line. There you go. Just have one side be like massively preferred. Something like that. And then let's do the same down here, I guess. So just gonna do something like that to scoop out a section. See if that works. I have no idea, but by the way, this isn't how I've done, like, this isn't how I've ever done a region map professionally, by the way. Something like this would be quite chaotic to work with. In my case, though, I don't have a pipeline. This is going to be a nightmare. I don't have a pipeline that I need to uphold. I don't have really anything that I need to look after. So I'm able to kind of do whatever I want just to see if it works, really. Because if this does work, it could be quite a nice way of getting more natural partings. Because partings are always something that is quite difficult to get something that looks good. Like, partings almost always feel very CG. At least to me. I've very rarely seen a parting done well in a Groom Online. It's outdated. See, technically I think the resolution is still too low for it to actually be able to work properly. But if we go back in and add these clump maps, save. We'll ignore the broken guide up here. Cool. Then we'll save this guy too. So let's just see if that looks better in render. As I said, it may not work. It may be too subtle. We might actually just be forced to kind of do that guide trick. Because that almost always works. It just doesn't, to me, it just doesn't feel right in the slightest. It feels completely wrong. And also, these hairs are visibly not bending back into each other. There is a physical parting there. So it's more, to me, a case of breaking up the line. It's just, this feels so much wider. Like, I know it needs to clean up for it to actually work, but it feels a lot wider in the render, which is a bit of an issue. Yeah, it doesn't seem to have helped much. It does help a little bit though. Yeah, a bit of a tricky one. I don't know why the density is so low here though. Like, this feels very low density. It feels like there's no hair in this gap. So maybe we have to do a blend of the different techniques. So let's give that a go. Let's go around and just kind of mess up the region map, and then we'll go around and like kind of bend some of the guide routes. I think that's probably the best way to go about this, is just like really mess stuff up for a bit. So let's pick light blue. Need to make sure I get this guide right here. Then just go around and break up some of this stuff. And let's go back in with the pink. Chisel that back a little bit, chisel that. Cool. And then let's pick green, I guess. These maps are so hard on the eyes. Technically, I could do this with a alpha. I just need to see if there's any solid alphas that have texture. I mean solid alphas, like no color variation at all. I could make one, but that would be too much effort. So what I need is something with literally no value change at all. This. Perfect. Let's see if it actually works though. It does. Right, okay, nice. Does that have a value variation? Right, the alpha doesn't know how to handle it. Okay. We need to undo all that. That's frustrating. Alright, back to solid alpha. I picked the wrong green. No, that's not changed. It's a shame that texture wouldn't work, because that was perfect. That is a texture I've used a few times for grooming. I just forgot it existed. Let's go with red. You need to be fixed. Let's chisel all this first. It's not so perfect. Pick that yellow again. There we go. Back to the red. Maybe even a smaller brush. Cool, then let's go with pink, because then we can keep that colour now. This one's already kind of broken up, to be honest. Let's change that green line. That green line's a bit too perfect. Cool. Save textures. Save region map. So apparently this isn't right still. There we go. Anywhere else have that issue? No? That's fine now. Cool. So we got that saved. I'm just going to save it again because I'm slightly paranoid of that not working. And then let's just go through and quickly update our clumps. So these are going to be getting slower to save just because I've increased the ptex of the region map, and these are using the region map. So there will be a little bit of an issue with it just being quite slow to save these sorts of maps, especially clump 2 because it's a lot denser. If we end up adding a clump 3 for very fine strays, then that might even get worse. But Right, so we got that. Now we just need to go through and kind of bend the roots of every single guide. So I'm gonna make sure that lock length is turned off. And that should get us getting started. I don't want to do this much, to be honest. Oh, we also need to rebuild like every guide. So let's just rebuild all of these to... Hello, the Blair family. Are you guys watching this, or... Like, you've not got it literally playing in front of your family, have you? Because that would be a bad idea. Also, if you guys are watching, I hope you're doing well. Right, so there's a rebuild. Let's start up here. Streams are dropping quality from now because I'm no longer present. What they lack in quantity, they'll make up for in what they lack in quality, they'll make up for in quantity. Because I have more free time now. Right, so we got that. I was debating asking a few people if they wanted to like kind of drop by the streams in like a voice chat and kind of like just discuss whatever random shit kind of comes up. I think that'd be quite interesting to do. Why are you not? Really? There we go. Something like that. That. Come on. I wish you could see the CVs while you're doing this. Like, I know you can go into the guide points, but I don't think it works with the sculpt brush. Like, it kind of immediately gets rid of it, which is quite annoying. Alright, so we got that side done. Let's just regenerate the groom now. Right. So that should be a bit more chaotic, should have a little bit more crossover, and we've bent the roots of those, so let's give this a quick go. Give this a second to load. Do its thing. So I'm going to let this clean up for a second just because I really don't know how much of it is down to just one, density of the hair, and two, how long it's been rendering for, because obviously hairs, like generally speaking, at like 1 pixel or less most of the time. At 2K it'd definitely be less than a pixel the majority of the time. So sampling is going to technically increase the thickness of them in areas. Visibly at least, because I've not got a min pixel width set to the hair. I just let it render at its true width. Which is way harder for anti-aliasing, but way better for consistency. And I'm not too worried about render times for this project. It doesn't need to go through an animation pipeline, it doesn't need to go in shots, it's literally just some stills. Or a still at the end, I guess. Yes, that looks better. It's still not perfect, but it does look better. Maybe what I'll need to do is add a noise, which is just incredibly strong in the roots of hairs, but only a percentage of them. And that will just kind of mess about that root position. That will help kind of mask this, because it's not a bald patch, but it looks like a bald patch. It's really frustrating. So in terms of getting this look, we need to completely redo our clumping. That's something I'm increasingly realizing. So obviously on the bottom that's quite thick, but then you don't really see a sub clumping of that. It's almost just one layer clumping. There will be 2 layers in there just because of how visible they are, whereas mine is like, you can see 1 layer of clumping, but it's way too small, kind of. But it's kind of tricky. I think the top half of these braids seems to be quite consistently not clumping as much as the bottom half. I don't know if that's a thing in braids in general, or if it's just this image and a quirk of it. But I'll try to replicate that a little bit. Although we are kind of getting that visually with this anyway. Yeah, we do need to work quite a lot on the hair at the front. In fact, I'm going to quickly move on to that for a little bit. What I will do is go around and sort out the guides for the rest of it first. Just because that's going to take a while. So it's this section now. So let's hide this. They're already leaning towards each other. I swear I rebuilt these at a much higher like density than this. Are they just going along further? Let's try rebuilding these to like 12. Cool. Oh, this needs fixing. I'll do that in a second. Let's just do that. Again, it doesn't need to be like perfect or anything. Just need to get a little bit of a kink there to kind of bend it in towards, and that functionally, visibly will basically just move the roots of some of the hairs. Like, it's not what it's doing, but visually it is what it will be looking like. Because the render won't read the fact it's not the root you're looking at. Right, so that way, that way, that way, that way. That's all I've got, or I'm going to go all the way to the roots because you won't see it. I'm not the roots, like the tip of the braids. Because you straight up won't see that. So that way, that way, that way, that way. So how's everyone doing anyway? Is everyone doing well? There's no parting down there, so we don't have to worry about that. Right, so save the scene. I'm just going to turn off the resolution gate. There we go. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Let's hide the guides. So I think clump 1 is barely doing anything for us. I actually kind of prefer how it looks with just clump 2. It's a bit too uniform. Why is that so much tighter when we add? I'm going to check the net. Wait. Fine. Oh well. Next week we have some kind of meeting to check on new contract agreements. Oh man, gotta love it. Density 2. What's the density of this one? 6. So should this one be denser? Let's go 8. Generate. Save. This will take a little while. Helps a little bit. And what we need is a higher percentage of hairs not clumping. And do we have any noise? Oh, we do have noises. Right. So there's a guide somewhere in here. There we go. It's the wrong color. So it's going to preview and output. Go to the region map that I'm painting here. And we need pink. And just make sure the root of this guy is completely contained. There we go. Save textures. Save you as well. There we go. That immediately fixes that. We need to regenerate the clump maps as a result, because the guide will have changed how some of the clumps are moving. Looking good. Thanks, man. I just need to figure out when I'm going to make the actual braids, because I've been putting it off for a little while, not because I'm scared of doing it, more just because I don't know. I just feel like the models are kind of doing a good enough job for a while. I kind of just want to hold off doing it, but at the same time, I do need to make sure that this is going to work properly. So, might have some fun with that. There we go. So, we got the guides for the back working. So this section back here looks like it's working pretty well. The front is still nowhere near. We need to do quite a lot of work on the hairline. We need to fix this sort of stuff. That looks pretty bad, to be honest. We also going to need an absolute ton of guides to get this area, and the reason for that is because the hair is diving either side of the head, which makes it an interpolation nightmare, because interpolation will just want the guides in the middle to cut straight through, which we can't have it do. For now, let's go into the modifiers of, is it hairline? It's hairline. And let's just add some other stuff. So add another clumping. Density I'm going to assume at around 6. And just generate that, and then save. So that will get a little bit of stuff for us. Then we do something like that, just to narrow it out, and that helps this sort of area read quite well for me. Then we need some cut, and multiply that by C length. Cool. And then we're going to have a bit more cut, because since this is the hairline, it's going to be a lot more variable, basically. Let's go down to 5. So some of these hairs are half length. And once we've got that, let's do a noise again. And in the magnitude, we're going to have to do, let's load my noise expression. I'm going to modify the noise expression a little bit. So load over, let's do noise magnitude. I need to do a multiply by C length in here. Dollar, what we're going to call it? Consider length. Equals 1. And then how can we use that? Because I can't just copy paste this. Like, how can we use that? I mean, I can just put this whole thing in brackets and then say, I don't know if there's an easy way to do that. Let's just size this down a little bit. So functionally what I want this to do, is when I have consider length set to 1, I want to multiply this whole thing by C length. When it's off, I don't want to multiply by C length. But I can't just, technically I could just put if consider length equals 1, do this and then add C length to the end. If consider length equals 0, do this other thing. But that's such a, that doesn't feel like it would be the best way to do this. So, and I could just add C length on the end for the sake of this one, but I don't know, it just feels a bit cheap. Let's just add multiply by C length. Apply, accept. And then we can just turn down these magnitudes quite a lot. We got 0% strays, so that's good. Frequency, we're going to need to find a nice frequency. And we're going to need to multiply that by C length as well. Yeah, let's put $C length. So now it's more uniform. Excited to see the process for braids. You didn't really pick a chill hairstyle. Yeah, I mean, when I picked this image, I wasn't really considering the hairstyle, and I heavily regret that that decision, because it's quite a tricky one. We really need to refine the hair, the mask for the hair. And the width as well. Also, if I remember correctly, the front's got some crazy stuff going on. The high res is out of range. But like, there's some really short hairs around here. Although I can do that as a separate groom called for baby groom or something, or baby hair even. But it's still going to be a little bit tricky. I also need the region map over here to be a little bit less aggressive. I need to fix the guides in that area as well. But that's easy enough to do, the fixing of guides. So this hair is actually pinching super, like the small clumps are pinching incredibly quickly. So let's change our clump 2 modifier and just do this. Can we get the look? Or is that a clump 3? Well, that could be a clump 3 actually. Let's try adding a clump 3. Clumping modifier. Let's add another one. And then 3 or 4 times 6. Let's go with 3, so 18. Generate. Save. I'll probably end up deleting this. And then this guy's just gonna be super tight. And then gonna need more CVs to actually get this in. So let's go back to modifiers, make this even tighter. And we need the percentage of these to not be affected, because in the ref we've got these sections where it's incredibly tight at the root, and that will get that look, but it will also kind of ruin the rest of the hair. So I'm going to need to do like a percentage affected and a map to say where it gets used. I think it will literally just be used at the very hairline, like not further back than that. So what I can do for that effect is, let's go into the mask and just for now load a percentage affected. Then in there, I'm just going to copy. I always forget how to write this stuff. Let's just copy this guy. Go back to the modifiers, go to here. And then we're going to call this CO3 mask. CO3. Make sure I get rid of that doubled up thing there. Cool. Apply that. Cool. And then accept it. Go back into it. Because I always find that it doesn't actually accept what I put. And then we're just going to put CO3 mask. And basically what that means is it will, wherever it wants hairs to be affected, it will use CO3 mask, and if it doesn't want hairs to be affected, it will use a value of 0. So this functionally allows us to do a mask to say where the percentage affected actually takes any effect. So let's just paint this. We're going to need to flood this with black. So let's flood that black. And then we're going to just paint at the hairline. Do we see it towards the side? So we see it. We don't really see it here. I think it's literally just this section. Even this side a little bit. So let's just mimic that. So it doesn't really make it. I'm going to add it a tiny bit. I'm just going to do that. Something like that. Pull you back a little bit. Cool. Save textures. Save ptex. Now we got like super tight clumps just near the hairline, and then within that is a percentage that aren't affected at all. So we can kind of say how strong do we want these to be. If I set this to 100, then it's a really obvious effect, and it's a bit too obvious, really. But the importance of masking that is, it is really important to mask that effect. Nice. Let's change the seed. Need a little bit more affected, I think. There we go, that works for me. And then I feel like we need a noise there as well, but I'm getting too far into it before I've actually got the guides working. So let's leave that alone. Although I do need a noise for the clump twos. So let's just go in and do that a little bit. Noise. Set it to 1. Set this. Frequency, let's set that to 2, I think was the correct frequency. No. 2 is way too high. 1. 1 is also too high. 0.5 is okay, I guess. And let's just do this round 0 to 1. That noise is a bit obnoxious, so let's turn that off for now. Yes, we do need it there a little bit, but it's too high frequency at the moment. In fact, what we need is a bit of correlation. Let's set it to 50% correlation. Let's set it to 100% correlation. Is it working? I might remove the C length. In fact, no, I do kind of need it. What am I going to need to do here? Let's preview a very low percentage and just see what this noise is actually doing. 0.1. Okay. Let's just temporarily increase this magnitude max to 1. See what value was. So it was on 0.5. Yes, that's too high frequency. Set that down to 3. Too low. Set that to 2. Oh, too high even still. I think 0.2 might be a good value. So let's just set this back to what it was, which is 0.2 approximately. It was a much nicer number than that, but still. And then set this back to 100%. Then we'll need some strays, which I like to separate it out normally, but I think I'll put it in here for now. Why are you breaking? Okay, we're gonna turn strays off. Add another noise. Then in this, I'm just gonna put percentage affected. In fact, no. Let's keep it consistent. Let's go with load expression and noise magnitude. Set this to 0, so only strays are affected. Set this to whatever we need to set it to. Let's set frequency to 1.2 again, and set this way higher. Oh, I need to multiply that by C length, don't I? Multiply by C length. This has to be roughly half the frequency. There we go. Bit better. I'm also going to need a width map for all this. 0.008. I'm going to add an expression, which I've already created, width random mapped. That will break, that's fair. Then just go into here. So I need to set, this was 008, this was set to, so change that. And then obviously I'm going to need to change this as well. So for hairline, did I put capital L? I did put capital L. I hate myself for doing that. So we got our width map, we got our width mult, and we got that. Cool, that's all working. And then just paint a map. I'm going to paint this to 1, float it to 1 for now, just so we can save it and get it in. There we go. So now I can just go in and paint 0.5 at the hairline. And with this being width, it doesn't directly affect the look of clumps or noises or anything like that. I'm going to make a blended texture. So all I'm going to do for that is just literally draw along the whole hairline, stuff like that. I don't really worry too much about getting an even amount of overlap. Let's just do something like that, and then hold Control, Shift. It's Shift, not Control. It's not blurring it. Oh yeah, you can't blur across lines, can it? UV seams don't allow it to blur. It's a bit frustrating. Okay, so let's just paint 0.5 again into all that. And then rather than blur it, because there's a UV seam there, I'm just going to have to paint 0.75. And just do something like this. Then we'll have to go and paint 1 again at the back, because this will definitely have extended too far. Paint 1 again. Just do something like that. Cool. Save textures. Save this guy too. Now we'll just fade the hairline in a little bit, make it feel a bit more natural, and we need to do some guide work. So, guides. So there's issue number 1. It's insanely flat. So let's fix that guy. Ian, hey, looking good. Thanks, man. trying to get that bend at the root. That will help hairs feel a lot more natural with so little work. That's too flat. That's way too flat. Holy shit. Okay, so let's get the guides all visible. I'm going to rebuild all these to much higher counts. I'm going to go with 18, which is too high, probably. I'll have to find out. Then let's just go and select you. Go to the sculpt tool. That's actually barely enough for this guy in terms of CV count. So let's just do that. And get you. Do a similar thing. Just bend that root a little bit. You are fine for now. We're going to get a little bit of volume, it just helps feel a bit better. We're going to need to add a guide here though. And what I'm going to do is use a utility in NextGen. So just go into utilities, go into, where is it? Target guide. Set target. And I'm just going to move selected guide. That did not work as well as I expected. Okay, so let's ignore that. Just delete this guy. I was going to have to do that by hand then. Manually move it into place. We can use normalize to kind of get some. Wait, why aren't I just changing the settings on the target guide? Target guide, set target. Okay, so it turns out it doesn't work. Okay, back to sculpting. So let's just get a little bit of stuff. So it does need to be fairly flat to the head, it's just too flat right now. It's the problem. Although I will be needing to pull that out quite a lot, I think. Like that. Get you. Get you. Got a bit of a wobbly guide, but I think I'm going to keep it in this case. Cool. Then let's show that again. Are we doing guide clumping? I can't remember. Modifiers. We are doing guide clumping. Okay. So I'm going to have to ignore that for a while. And just place guides where I need them, basically. So let's do that, because that'd be a little bit quicker. And go in and sculpt it to wherever we want. Let's just get a little bit of variation in there, I guess. It doesn't have to line up with the other. I guess I need to change that on the other guide too. It doesn't have to exactly follow the guide next to it. So let's get this guy. Let's do that a little bit. And then we're going to need a guide, I guess, here. Let's sculpt him into place as well. This is where the CV count is too high. I kind of want to keep the slightly bent guides though. See how it handles. Because doing wibbly guides will give you some interesting looks sometimes. So let's regenerate all of our clump maps. So guide, save. Let you go through your thing, and go guide. Just save that as it is, and then go to you, Save you as you are. That will feel a lot better now. So I need to kink the guides a bit here, I think. Yeah, that one. Basically, you don't want this in pretty much any situation. If the hair is going directly out, like directly at an angle, sorry, when it comes out of the skin, it's not how it would be. There's always at least some angle, not as extreme as I've got it there, but let me just quickly explain why. I think I've explained this in previous streams, but you never know if someone new is watching. So let's go into, oh, let me save actually. Cool. Seth just liked it. Hey Seth, if you're watching, hope you're doing well. But yeah, so let's go into the grease pencil. And can I draw over this? I can. Perfect. So basically, let's say you've got the skin just here. So this is the surface of the skin of the character. You've got your hair doing this. The reason this isn't right is because below the surface, you've got the hair in its root. You know, you've got the little follicle there. And it kind of grows out, and what you're saying is that it snaps to the side. What should happen, to some extent, is you got the root, does this, and then it comes out and bends. Because the thing to remember is, like, the structure of hair is fundamentally just little cones. The hair, if you look at it, like, kind of with a microscope, it's like got all these scales on it. Like something like that. Or I can't remember if maybe it's shells or something. I'm pretty sure it's just scales, but it's possible it's shells as well. I haven't like checked up in a while, but either way, these would prevent each other from snapping through. Like you can't just have this guy go through this surface, if you get what I mean. So you always want to make sure that your guide isn't coming out and immediately like snapping to a certain angle. You always want some kind of angle away from the skin to begin with, and that will help so much. Just doing that, literally just that, is enough, although I will continue to work on this. And what you'll see is this will go from looking impossible to slightly plausible. So I heavily recommend doing that. Yeah, it also helps with clumping as well. I guess I shouldn't say something like that offhand and not explain why. So clumping, it kind of relies on, I don't know if it's surface normals or like, basically the root angle of the hair it does affect how the clumping works. I can't remember the technical reasons why it does that in, I can't remember the technical reason it does that in XGen. But I'm aware as to how it works in other programs, and it's fundamentally just oh, wait, what? Is my guide intersecting there? Oh, gross. Okay. Let's just do something like that. I read that African hair naturally leaves the scalp at more of an angle. It probably does, but I doubt it comes out at like a perfectly 90-degree angle. I very much doubt that, unless, I guess, the hair being thicker, it can bend the skin that it's coming out of. Because African hair is, I'm pretty sure the thickness is slightly more than Caucasian hair. Like not the thickness in terms of density, but the thickness in terms of per strand. So it would be able to flex the skin a little bit more. That would be my kind of reasoning in my head. I don't know if that's the reason. I'm just pulling it out of nowhere, to be honest. It's just what makes sense. Why is that so long? And so yeah, it might be bending the skin, but it's still, I wouldn't recommend having, like, unless you've got like an incredibly tight ponytail or something, like something incredibly tightly pulled. I always recommend having some angle directly out of the skin. Also, welcome to the stream, Matt. I don't think I've seen your I don't think I've seen your name in the comments before, so welcome to the streams, man. I hope you like them. If you got any questions or anything, do feel free to let me know. Right, so this doesn't make sense. Let me rebuild this guy. Let's go to 8. So, what should this be doing? Let's consult our ref. So it's around this region, so it should be just falling down and bending up, I guess. It's annoying that I don't have any other references, but yes, we need to have that bend down, stuff like that, I guess, and then have it immediately bend back up. So like that, basically. It's also quite flat to the skin, so I don't want the root to be too flat, but this should be pretty close to the skin. Same with you. And then this guy, did I just happen to get it on just the wrong side of that boundary? I did, okay. Oh wait, is he... Let me check something quickly. $B equals that, and call that $B, and then this needs to be map, open bracket, put a little quote guy. No. Where is it that I did that? Red root. I can't remember exactly how I did it. Let me check this guy. Oh, yeah, I need that stuff at the end. Why are you not working? So now can we call $B? We can. There we go. And the map doesn't exist. Oh, I picked the wrong map. That's the map I want. So let's just do that. Replace you. I don't know why I didn't see the word width and think, oh, that's not right. There we go. Oh, yeah, there's our issue. Why didn't I separate that? Okay, let's hide the groom. And let's do something. Oh, I missed a few messages. Hey, thanks, loving your work. Thank you very much, man. Trying to get better at XGen grooms myself. Your videos have been a great learning tool. Yeah, it's fantastic to hear. If you want to get really deep in learning XGen, I recommend checking out Jesus Fernandez, his Patreon. I'm going to need to do so many guides over here. I recommend checking out his Patreon. He's got some pretty decent stuff. I did write some stuff for my website. I'll have to put a link to that. www.mikehachiart.com. I did write some like tutorials on that site, which might help. I did not work on this map, did I? I did basically nothing. Let's just color pick this dude and push that, at least for now, let's push it further back. And then let's pick a new color. Let's go with dark blue is fine down here. And just do something like this. Somewhere like there, I don't know. Here. So this gets its own section now. That will work a lot better. Cool. Save textures. Save this texture. Of course you ended up on the other side. Damn it. Save textures. Save you as well. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna need a good chunk of work in this area. It's pretty poor. We could copy the guides from over here, but don't want to do that. Let's grab you. Let's check our ref cam. Yep, so maybe this was correct earlier. Maybe I actually do need this guy to be blue. So let's add him into the blue guys. Like this. How long have you been working with Action? Action, not very long, to be honest. I've been using it a lot more frequently. So I started with it I tried it in Maya 2014. Like, I kind of experimented with it back then. My first time doing actual Xgen groom in a pipeline was when was it? Fuck. 2015, I think, when I first did it, but that was with a student team, and it was only me and one other person the whole year that were doing anything with Xgen, so it wasn't ideal. But yeah, 2015 is when I started working with it, but I haven't done much in it. Then I did about 3 more grooms with Xgen before leaving university and going to MPC. MPC has its own groom tool, so we didn't use Xgen. So, you know, in terms of professionally, I've not actually used Xgen professionally. I've been really digging back into it recently, but the thing is, like, most of what I'm doing is based on fundamentals I learned from grooming in another tool. That other tool being Fertility, which is MPC's pipeline, fundamentally. Or MPC's choice of pipeline, I guess. It's not actually the whole pipeline, obviously. But yeah, like I applied just basically everything I learned in there. In terms of like the random things from Action, I just watch a lot of posts online, like a lot of posts. I just slowly pick stuff up, and I've got a few friends who really are experts in Action. Jesus being one of them, Franchino Lupo being another. So I just kind of pick stuff up from them. So let's show that. Cool. We're going to need to do quite a lot of work over here, because that doesn't feel right at all. There's just not enough guides. Yep. That right there is the issue. Definitely need to rebuild a lot of these. Rebuild that to 8. No, 8. Just shorten it a little bit, hit normalize a few times. But yeah, if there's any specific questions you got about Action, feel free to send them my way. If I don't know how to do it, then I can find out how to do it. Let's get a guide right there. That's red. There we go. So let's fix the red guy first, I guess. Do something like that. And get you. Fix you by pulling you forward. Let's just have it kind of slide under the other hairs. Something like that would be nice. There we go. Pull that back a little bit. This is still too high. 8. Cool. And then we're gonna need to we need a guide in here. and then I'm going to move on to rebuilding the clumping with all the new guides, because we are doing guide curve clumping for this front. Although I don't really want to do guide curve clumping, but I'm kind of forced to. Well, I'm forced to by my lack of discipline right now. I'm not actually being forced to, technically. I could do this without guide clumping. Let's rebuild this to 8 again. If you're wondering why I don't just rebuild all the guides and then just have it do its thing, it's because I do need a high guide count for the hairs, the guides at the hairline, or high CV count even. Is there a good compilation of useful expression types for the most common modifiers? This will be useful. Here's a useful one. If you just search action expressions, first one. First link on action expressions. This is what my friend wrote, and he goes through kind of what different expressions do and how you can use them. Like, he goes through, I think, a few use cases. Nothing too major. He does keep it pretty basic, but basic is all you need. So I'll grab this and put that in the chat. But yeah, he's a good friend of mine. I would say we work together, but he just left NPC. Like, Friday was his last day on the team. He'll be missed quite a lot, I think. Although me and Jesus always give each other shit, so I'm sure the work chats will be a lot more peaceful now that we're not both working together anymore. But I think we'll miss it. I need to rebuild this guy as well. It's 8. There we go. Something like that will do. Cool, so save that. Is that guy meant to be so much shorter? I don't think it is it? I'm going to lengthen that a little bit. And normalize it again. And let's just do something like that. Pull that forward. That could look interesting. Pull that in because it shouldn't be that tall. That out so it's giving the other hairs a bit of room. Sorry for distracting you with a simple Google. No worries, man. Genuinely, I've had some really stupid questions in my time. I don't mind just doing something that's super quick like that. I don't care. I'll just do it. I say in my time as if I'm really old. I'm not really old, I think. But yeah, don't worry. If you ever feel like you've asked a stupid question, just be aware. Even if it was a stupid question, I've probably been asked more stupid questions. I think a couple of weeks ago I was asked, oh, how do you change the density of the hair in Action Interactive? And I was like, can you send me a picture of UI? Because I don't really use Action Interactive too much. I do need to learn it a bit better at the moment. I've got some reasons to learn it externally. But yeah, I got this message saying, how do you change the density? And they sent me an image of their UI, and on that first image was a slider that said density multiplier. And I was just like, well, there's one way of doing it at least. Like, it's right there. Like, he had found it and just not used it. But then, to be fair, like if you're new to something, it can be easy to thrown off by one word. So, you know, to be fair to the guy, he probably just got thrown off by one simple word. English wasn't his native language, so, you know, I'm going to give him benefit of the doubt, I guess. And he's quite a nice dude. I've chatted to him a few times. I'm going to fix that parting. It's a bit much. Save. Cool, so I'm going to have to... I need a mask for this guy, don't I? Let me try this. Actually, I think it's 137. I just need to render like an angle like this one. So let's just render that. I'm just going to kick off this render. I'm going to run and grab a drink of water. I'll be back in 1 second, guys. Also, if anyone's got any questions, feel free to ask while I'm away, and I'll answer them when I get back. I'll be 1 minute. That's looking moderately okay. Need some serious amount of work on the clump dead in the middle of the screen, or the section dead in the middle of the screen. It looks pretty shitty, but I think overall the flows are working. I think this clumping at the front, like, it's got a nice blend into the skin. So it's just this section we need to work on and figure out how to make that look pretty, because this doesn't look pretty. I think we need a high frequency noise on there as well, because it's a bit too perfect. Also, I've got a box of Maltesers, so I'm going to distract myself for a second and open this box, because I can never find the tab. Also, thank you Pranav for sending me these chocolates. Where the fuck is the tab? There it is. There's a red line to show you where the tab is, but then if you follow the red line around, there's no like visible bit to tear. Fat person problems. There we go. Sorry if this is really loud, by the way. It's like the worst ASMR channel on YouTube. Right, so. Eyes look kind of interesting from this angle. I need to pull the peach fuzz back on the eye as well, because this is a bit too much. I also need to blend this in more and increase the density here, I think, because this looks a little bit too sparse. It also looks too uniform. I'm getting distracted. Right, so let's kill this. So we do need a bit of high frequency noise. I think we need some more of those fin clumps over here as well, because I am reading a few over here. Let's get some of those fin clumps involved. Let's check YouTube's, Facebook's kicking off at the moment. There we go. So let's kill that. Let's go in and add I need it around here, I think. Right, let's get that noise in there first, because that's the quickest thing to add. So noise, we just need a higher frequency in this first noise. So let's go in and set U to be like 1. And then increase it at the root. Oh wait, it might not need to be higher frequency. I simply just had no noise at the root. So this was set to 0.2. Yep, that's on me. Okay, so it wasn't that we didn't have a high frequency noise, it's that we didn't have noise at the root to begin with. I've not found so much info on IGS online. As a grooming noob, how do I know which method to use for different grooms? I'm only familiar with traditional guide curve style. So, personally I don't recommend IGS. I find it encourages a lot of bad habits. Like whenever I get people reaching out to me, if they're using IGS, I tend to see the same problem over and over again, which is they think hair sculpting is a replacement for like good guide work, which it just isn't. Sculpting is a final step. It's well, the way I personally like to use sculpting, I like to use it as a final step. It's like that final 10% that's really hard to get with guide curves. But you shouldn't work with sculpting. Sculpting should be like one of the last things you do on your groom. It is great at human hair. It's fantastic at human hair. The video that Tark and Sareem did, let me just find this. XGen, IGS, Autodesk, I guess. This one. Oh, let's mute that. It's great, but again, like the first thing you see there is that, you know, this is Targan. He's a professional groom artist. He's incredible. But the first thing he does is make sure he's using guides. So always make sure you're doing guide work. And then in terms of information, I mean, technically, although this is a time lapse, this does actually show a good workflow. You can see how he's using sculpting only really for that final stage. Like, he's got as far as he can with like, you could do that with guides arguably, but I think like he's got the groom looking good without sculpting, and then he's going in and sculpting at the end to really kind of, you know, do some final steps and fix artifacts and that sort of stuff, and that's a good way to use it. So I think IGS is genuinely great for digidoubles. It's not great for creature work. At least with my opinion in the software, it's not great for creature work. It just, the bad habits it encourages aren't great. In terms of how you approach different grooms, it depends on what you're doing. If you're doing really short hair, then I heavily don't recommend doing guide curves. So like on my groom, for example, eyelashes obviously guides, hair obviously guides. In the case of my eyelashes, they are guides too. My eyebrows, sorry, they are guides. But the peach fuzz is groomable splines. Oh, and by the way, XGen IGS and XGen Core, which is this version that you can see on the right, they are not the same tool. They're not really compatible either. You shouldn't really use them together. I recommend picking one or the other. The reason to pick one or the other is because they have different pipelines. So if you use both, you have to implement two pipelines at the same time, and that is just asking for shit to break. One sec. So I've completely distracted myself right now. I don't know why either. Also, my my YouTube's freaking out. Like, the comments keep moving up and down for seemingly no reason. But yeah, what is that I wanted to do here? There was something I wanted to do. Oh yeah, some more of those Comfreys. So let's go in and paint a little bit of this. Not much. I think I'm literally gonna add a patch of it. So let's do. Just do that. Let me try saving that and see how it looks. Save this. Save you. There we go. Get that little bit of breakup. Let's try rendering that again and see if it looks any better. It's looking a bit more interesting. Got a bit more gap. A few more gaps in there now. Visually, I think that helps. Kill that. One thing I want to check is how does that read from the side? something I really want to do. I'm going to wait until this unlocks before I do it. Come on. I really want a clump to hang down and do like that. I think that'll look quite nice. So let's just do that quickly. Would you be ideal? So we are using guide clumping, so this will literally just be a case of move it to where you want it and it will work. Should probably turn on lock length. So let's just do something like, oh, this is really high CV. I feel like I did the CV change too early, but we learn from our mistakes, hopefully, as artists anyway. Just do something like that, I guess. Pull you in so it looks like it's hanging, not floating. So it's like kind of holding on for dear life. That might look a bit more interesting. This might look like utter shit. Let's find out. I kind of dig it. I'm going behind that. Right, so let me try a side view render. I just want to see how much of a disconnect there is between the hair qualities, and if that's something we need to address. How's this looking? It's interesting. Maybe the hair's a bit too dense. Like this clump feels way too solid. Oh god, Rebecca's back. Oh no. Drinking ice on. What? Could you hear me drinking? Is that really how sensitive this microphone is? Have I got the levels too high? Like, do I sound really loud right now, or? It looks like it should be made to feel wispier. You're talking about this front clump here? Because I definitely agree with that. It just feels too solid. But I'm wondering how I want to go about making it feel wispier. I've got a feeling I need to turn off the region map for this area. It doesn't look like there should be a sudden like parting. Yeah, the baby hair is something I'm yet to add. I feel like I need to pull the hairline back in terms of density, so not like the actual hairline itself, but more like have it stay at a lower density. Are you eating currently? Yes, I'm having Pranaus Maltesers. I'm really self-conscious of eating and drinking now because I didn't realise how loudly it was being picked up in the microphone. I've been working in games for over 20 years. Oh wow, nice man. And hair has always been very tricky. We are just reaching a point where we can legitimately bring grooms directly into engine now. Yeah, it's really cool. I started off, I didn't start CG very long ago in the grand scale of things. I started in 2012, like end of 2012, September specifically. because of a college course. But like I used to have a games focus, and it's just like the idea of using cards just feels so wrong. Because obviously working in Groom now, I'm just like, why would anyone want to use cards? It just feels like such a horrible pipeline. It's a great method, and it looks fantastic when done correctly, but it just feels so cumbersome. But it's cool to see. I was chatting about this to some other friends because I've actually had quite a few games artists like message me on Facebook and other places like that, saying, "Hey, I'm a games artist and want to learn Groom. You know, do you have any advice and all that sort of stuff?" It's really cool to see the crossovers getting pretty large now, because obviously film has always been able to use games techniques, like, you know, like different baking techniques that get used or different types of mats. Like, we can use them. I don't know if most techniques come from film first, or I don't know. I'm not educated enough on that, but it would be really cool to see, like, how long will it be until the pipelines are fundamentally identical. Right, okay. Let's create a map. Call this fur head. Yeah, it's really interesting to see the pipeline crossover. I'm really curious as to how long it will take before it's almost entirely down to like sheer poly count and texture size. Like, how long will it be until games support UDIMs? How long will it be until displacement is genuinely supported? How long will it be until subsurface is something that can be calculated properly? Although, to be fair, VFX is still a long way off subsurface. It looks nothing like real subsurface, really. I had to paint black somewhere, but where do I need to paint black? Is it here? Yeah, Muscle Sim. That's a good one. So you say you've been working in games for 20 years. So what's your experience then like? Because the games industry is one that I wanted to go into for quite a long time, and it's something I'm quite curious about. Like, how have you found working in the game industry for so long? Like, what would you say is the biggest change that you've experienced, really? I think I need to change. Density will be able to do this actually. Let's go into density. I need to pull this back. That's the problem. There it is. That hairline makes no fucking sense. So let's paint 0.5. Y saturation set there. 0.5. And I'm going to have to do this. Pull that completely back. Because the hairline tends to have like this little peak. And then let's do the same on the other side. So it's going to be about there. Cool. Save that texture. Yeah, I did a gaming tech course, but then for my first year of university as well, I was still primarily interested in games. Like, I wanted to work in games up until the second year of university. That helps a lot. That really helps a lot. Right, that frustrating stage though, where I need to keep doing renders. That really helps a lot. That's good. Like, it's not good, but it's better than it was. What happened to you? It's always been my passion. I left school, went straight into making pixel art for Game Boy games at Core Design in Derby. Oh, that's cool, man. I started off because I failed college. Fundamentally, I'm only in this industry because I failed chemistry, physics, and maths really badly. You worked in Tomb Raider? Oh man, nice. What am I doing right now? No, I need to rebuild it. Rebuild. So it's at 8. I'm going to rebuild it again later to get the route the way I want. You're in Valve. Wow. Nice, man. That's really cool. That's really, really cool. I like that a lot. Let's turn off particle shapes. If you guys are hiring, by the way, I always have to admit, whenever I hear Valve, I'm just like, oh, hello. We need particle shapes turned back on. Is there a way for me to show the guides? Well, I guess I could just turn off the hair, right? Let's go to braid root. And then let's turn off hairline. There we go. So, how wrong are we? That's the question now. Camera settings, 2D pan zoom. So one of the annoying problems you got now is how low resolution this image is. Fucking shapes. So for this section we're way off, like completely, really far off. He's kind of okay, but it needs to be flatter there, so it needs kind of... Let's just do it. Rather than talk about it, let's just do it. So I'm gonna just ram it into place with this camera. I'm not gonna worry too much about how it looks in 3D. That's something I can fix after the fact. This will be pretty bad though. So let's just do that. So something like that, and then you need to be even more extreme. So something vaguely like that. So let's fix that in a 3D view. That is not as bad as I expected. We are always have lots of folks on film. Cool, man. Yeah, working for Valve would be really cool. Like, congrats on getting that position. Like, obviously you've been doing this for a very long time, but like that's still like getting into a studio like Valve is quite the achievement. So congratulations, man. That's really well done. And then I also accidentally stumbled upon VFX animation and decided to leave biomed degree. Yeah. I will vouch for Mike, he's a cool guy to work with. Becky, you're biased. You're literally my girlfriend. You can't vouch for me like that. Although to be fair, I vouched for you before, and so I'm a hypocrite right now. Upper animation. Ayo, how long are you doing this fine day? The chat's quite fun today. Let's do something like that. I'm in a weird state of lost grooming right now, which is never a good thing, where I should be way more efficient with what I'm doing in terms of where I'm placing guides in that, but for some reason I've got some kind of mental block on right now. Let's turn off plugin shapes. Also, a small thing, people who... there's probably a few people who don't know this. If you want to keep this menu open, the show menu, while you're clicking stuff, you can hold control and just click things on and off if you want. Because if I don't do that, I click it, I'd have to go back up to show plugin shapes, show. Whereas if I hold control, it will stay, so you can check and uncheck as many things as you want. So this hair needs to follow that section. So basically, you just need to trace you. So let's grab this guide. Just do that. And I've got a feeling the volume from the side is wrong. This isn't Mike, I'm trying to get your job quiet. Becca. I appreciate the effort. Right, so. No, just trying to do some sculpts at my end. Doing a big old arm. Is that what you meant to say, or is OUL actually a word for you guys? Because I've got a track record of having absolutely no idea what John has said. I would ring you just so I can talk out loud. Get on loudspeaker. I've learned something new. Learn something new, was that the control thing with the show menu, or did you learn something else? So why is this one changed? I swear this wasn't doing that. Lock length. I normally like to turn lock length on. The reason I like to turn lock length on, if anyone's wondering, is because the guide naturally smooths itself when you pull it, and I quite like that. It's quite a nice little feature. Like it's literally just a case of, you know, it's a locked length, so when you pull it, it just smooths out. It's not a special feature within XGen that does that. It's just, you know, common sense. If you pull a rope, it's going to get less. OUL. So OUL is old. Is that like, as in like he's typed it wrong, or as in that's actually how you like? Is that slang in Northern Ireland? Like, is that actually a thing? Are you folks on Twitter? It's probably the only social media I'm not on, to be honest. I used to have a Twitter, and then someone hacked into it and replaced my profile picture with a penis. So I swiftly deleted it because I didn't have much on there anyway. I had the same thing happen to my... I had the same exact thing happen to my... what's the name of it? Image-based search Pinterest. And like I signed on one day and my profile picture was that. So I changed my password. And then a week later... they got on again and replaced it with a picture of me with a mustache painted over, and I've not changed it since. They've just kind of left me alone. I don't know who it was. It's probably someone I know, but I find that quite funny. But yeah, so Twitter's that was a random ramble, but yeah, I don't have Twitter. I do have Facebook. I do have Facebook is the one I'm most active on. I can post a link to it in the chat. But Facebook is the one that I'm actually active on. Instagram I have, but it's dead. Like, I still haven't posted a project I finished 2 months ago. And then other than that, I don't know, what other social media did I have? Probably got a Bebo account somewhere. And Tumblr. Well, I don't have Tumblr. Actually, no, I've never had a Tumblr. I don't know why I said that. Although, cue the conspiracy theories of Mike hiding a Tumblr account. Right, this section of guides is so messy. I kind of want to not exactly trace this and do something that looks good instead. That's too much volume as well. See, I think it's a case of this is too this should be tight. This should be tightly pulled into these braids, but I don't want to do that. Not because I don't want to match her effort, I just don't like how that looks. I don't like hair that feels too tight, so I think I might just kind of take some creative liberty with it and do some other stuff. Hey Oscar, how you doing, man? So, boycotting them for many years. Oh, Facebook, okay. Yeah, I mean, if you've got Instagram, I can chat with you on there if you ever want to reach out, because I do like check my Instagram all the time. I use it for guitar videos, as Becca says. I don't actually post very often, but I do. I use it. I follow like loads and loads of guitar groups, and I literally just every like day I go on Instagram for like 20 minutes and just get jealous at other people's guitar skills and try to steal whatever I can steal, technique wise. Right, this is really uninteresting, so I'm going to break this section up. And when I say it's uninteresting, I didn't mean the stream, although that's probably slightly uninteresting right now. What I mean is these guys. So this is why it's entirely just me kind of wanting to fuck about with it a little bit. So the guides in this section and this section, they're all just traveling. They look like copy-paste lines, basically. It looks really dull to me. I much prefer lines like these ones, where they flow together, they seem to interact with each other. These aren't doing that, so I'm going to force that in a little bit. And the way I'm going to force that in, the technique I like to do, I have a Discord, Becca. I just don't use it. But yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm obsessed with S-curves. I think they are an amazingly helpful tool because they can feel very natural if you use them correctly. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to grab this random curve, and the only reason I've chosen it is kind of random, kind of not, is because it's somewhere between two different flows. And what I'm going to do is, rather than do what XGen would do, where if I place a guide here, this is what XGen would do. It would just do, oh, I've got the, oh, region maps affects the guide even if they're painted out. That makes sense. But strictly speaking, what this would do is take a guide and give you an average position. Did I just delete a bunch of guides? No, I didn't. I'm just missing some stuff back here. So if I was to place a guide here without a region map in the scene, it would do something like that. It would just do somewhere half between. That's not really how hair transitions generally. What I tend to find works quite well visually, and this isn't necessarily realistic, it's something that just looks nice to me, is I like to have half the curve follow one and half the curve follow another. What do I mean by that? Well, S-curves. So at the top here, we're going to have top half of the curve kind of follow along with this flow at the top, and then we're going to pull this down really suddenly and then have it snap back up. So we're having, well, I guess it's thirds then. The first third is being pulled by this, the second third is being pulled by that, and the third is going back to where the original path was. And the reason I like to do that is because that feels like the hair's fallen out of position. It's quite a nice thing for me. So I always like to do that. So what I'll do is that I'll grab a random guide and do that kind of shape. Once I've got that in line, I will then start to blend it. So I've got this breakup now. I can go into this guide and have him go 50% between. That will get, it will feel quite nice, generally speaking. I've got a lot of work to do because I need to do the same with this guy. I need to have him influenced by the guides around him. Basically, that first S-curve I place is to break the flows, and then the rest of the guides follow that new flow, that new broken flow. And I find that technique works really, really well for getting hair that feels semi-natural for surprisingly little work. So I need to figure out a nice flow for this. I don't think I can figure out a nice flow for that. Technically I could just do that again, but that's repetitive now. But I can't really do that either because that's going too far against the reference. So I might be forced in this case to do that. So can we get an S-bend anywhere else? Maybe if I pull that up. No, that's not going to work. This one might be forced to be the shape it is, just because of where it is and where it has to go, which is a little bit disappointing. But maybe we can just bend that in slightly, but we have to be very subtle with this, because it's going to feel wrong if we go too intense. The reason I know it'll feel wrong in this area, to be honest, is just it just feels wrong. I can't put a reason to why I don't want to just make an S with this. You could call it intuition, you could call it stupidity, I don't really care what you want to call it. I just can't put a finger on it, to be honest. This guy, so do I want to break the flow with him? Because there's another type of flow break. There's the first type of flow break, which was blending two angles, so having different sections of your curve kind of affected by different flows. And that's, for me, quite a nice way of working. The other way to break is to literally just add tangents, like add shapes that go against each other. It's like this. These shouldn't happen, technically. If hair was like perfectly combed, this wouldn't happen at all. So adding that will force some quite interesting shapes. So I'm going to show the groom, and let's see if I was talking complete shit the whole time. Yeah, it's kind of averaged things out a bit. Although maybe a certain amount of that is the guide clumping. Let's turn guide clumping off. Yeah, so that, to me, feels like it's got some interesting flows in there. Let me temporarily put the density up. So 140, let me put 280. So you'll be able to see the flows a bit better. So although it gets averaged out, you can kind of see that flow change. I like to think of it like a river. I like to, when I genuinely think about water a little bit when I'm doing this sort of stuff. Like if you have a river with some rocks under the surface, the way that if you place a rock, like let's say I'm going to draw a river. I'm also going to undo that density before I forget. So it's 140 I need to go down to. So where a river comes into all this, And this is something I consciously think about all the time, but it is something that I catch myself like considering. So if you've got a river that's doing like this or whatever, the fact it's got a curve is irrelevant. Water's flowing like this, right? And obviously, with this being such a rudimentary drawing, you can tell like obviously this could also be a clump of hair. That's kind of the point. So let's get our river, and then we place a rock right here. Now the hair has to do this, or now the river has to do that. Here we're going to have a complete break, or it's going to go over. Going over from the side would obviously just do that, and that would be a different way to break it. But then when these come back together on the other side, they're going to interact in some interesting way. Like maybe if I just change the color of this rock. So we got this rock here, and we got all the blue hair going around it, or the blue water going around it. So maybe this side is dominant, so that kind of sweeps back in, and then this side maybe stays to the right, and you end up with this little kind of angle change here. That will feel a lot more natural than just having it go like that. So let me just draw that again. So having that will feel way less natural every time than having something like that. It's not necessarily accurate, but it will feel more interesting visually. And then obviously because this is pulling apart, this would end up creating its own split. You'd get like a little parting in the clump here, and this would create a bunch up. So it'd actually be sparser hair here and super tight hair here. So this will give you natural variation within your shading. I think this is quite an important concept for me. It's like having, basically picking a favorite child with your flows. Like when you do a flow, say, okay, this one's more powerful. Just pick it arbitrarily, and if this one's more powerful, this one is going to get pushed back by it. If this one's been pushed back, this one has more room, it can do that. If this one can do that, this has been parted, blah de blah de blah. That's my kind of mental reasoning for a lot of that stuff. That's the way I like to think about it. I genuinely do think about rivers when I'm doing this sort of stuff. I know that Jesus, he has his own method. He likes to think of engons. I couldn't think of a worse mental image, so I don't really like. And to be fair, he's explained it to me a few times. I can't quite understand it personally. Like his explanation doesn't sit well in my mind. Nothing wrong with the technique, and fundamentally we're doing the same thing, but I find it a lot more intuitive to think of rivers and have these flows. Obviously they're a lot more caricatured. A river isn't that extreme with the angle changes, but I do find it quite interesting. I'm going to work on the model just a little bit. But does that make sense to you guys? Like, does all that stuff I was just saying make any sense, or are you just hearing it and thinking that's complete horseshit? Oh, I've just missed a ton of shit. Good, thanks. Hope you arrive well, Becca. Oh, that'd be so dope. I'm like so close to asking him if he would be half an hour of some one-on-one teaching. I was having a problem with MD, just creating a beanie because, well, reasons. Well, I've got it kind of running now. I'm happy, but it took me 2.5 days because Clove Sims were acting kinda strange and else. A Discord where you'd be able to catch him for personal stuff, time to time, and push in the right direction would be great. Yeah, I mean, I can create a Discord. It's just I generally prefer just to be messaged. Like, I guess having a Discord where other people can see it is helpful, but in this case of, is the person willing to share their work? That becomes the issue then. I find it interesting. It's kind of a chaos principle. Yeah, complete chaos. That kind of describes most of my work, to be honest. It's just complete chaos and trying to find, like, I've got two obsessions with grooming. The first obsession is dominance of a specific side or a specific flow. So one flow that just destroys any other flow that gets in its way, and the interactions you would have with that, the way they look, is something that's super interesting to me. My second obsession is a byproduct of that, which is S-bends. I'm obsessed with S-curves. I will always try to make my guides create some kind of S if I'm trying to do a nice flowy groom. Obviously you can't really do S-curves in like an afro or in Well, I guess a perfect example would be you can do it in a ponytail. Like you could literally just do a ponytail as an S. So if I go here, this stream's been a lot more educational than normal because I actually explain how I think. Like obviously, ponytail you could do. You know, you got our head. There you go, little angry head. But yeah, so you got our head, and yeah, you could technically just do a ponytail like that. And there will be a lot of cartoon characters that look like that, a lot. But why would you do that when you can do that, which is also very common to do? But that is instantly visually more interesting, and because of this S, and because of the natural volume variation I'll give you, you'll get more shading variation within it. That's where my obsession with S shapes comes from, is ponytails. You can have them go straight down, and for a surprising amount of people, they do travel straight. But hair doesn't often travel perfectly straight. Most people's hair has some kind of curl to it. My hair personally doesn't really do like a full S shape. It tends to do more of a C shape. It will curl halfway, or keep curling that same direction. It won't curl back on itself very often. Becca's hair is a great example of hair that creates a lot of S shapes. That's not why I'm with her, but it's kind of cool. Right, I am heavily distracting myself. I'm going to render this through the render cam. I just want to see what it's doing. Show polygons. And then Alt save. Oh, I've already saved. I just want to see what the hairline's doing from this front angle. I just realised I skipped over something. Yeah, Oscar, if you want me to go over stuff with you, I'm more than happy to do that. Maybe I can start a new stream series, which is Q&AA, questions and attempted answers. That parting's got even more visible, and it's quite hidden in here, so I'm going to need to do a bit of work with that. That's so funny looking. I've got too much noise in that front room. Feels too frizzy. Density is too relaxed here. Clumping is too relaxed as well. This hair does need to be flatter. That right there, this shape needs to be flatter. I'm also missing this completely in this. And the skin. So much to do. So let's start with density maps. I'm not dead yet. So that needs to be pulled forward. So let's get that white value and just do this. And then let's get the 0.5 value. Come on. Please. There we go. 0.5. Oh man, that one caught me. Nice. Then I'll write you an email. Or I'll write you a mail. Today is a happy day because I got it not in the way I would want. Oh, the beanie. Yeah. I think Travis Davids, or is it? I think it's Travis Davids. He did a really cool video on making a beanie. Let me see if I can find it. Travis Davids got it eventually. He's a really cool artist. I like his work quite a lot. Let me just give it a quick Travis Davids. How to create a beanie. There we go. This one. As you can see, I was watching this not too long ago. This guy is fantastic. I'm gonna put that in the chat. I recommend checking him out. He's a really good artist, very talented guy. Yeah, he does videos. He does a lot of office designer stuff. He uses DAS, which personally I'm not too keen on, but like, yeah, he's got a lot of really interesting content. I recommend checking him out. Anyway, I'll leave that. So we got this. Save that. Oh, is it done? Okay. So we also need see where this leads me in terms of texturing. I'm gonna take it home when I get stuck. I'm gonna text you and ask kindly for your assistance. Sure, no problem, man. So let's do the classic. There we go. That closes that up a little bit. Obviously we'll need to close this stuff up, but I'm missing a bunch of missing guides is the issue there. 10 people watching at the moment. Peaked at 11. No, 11 people watching now. That's cool. Has someone shared this, or? Once again, thanks for sharing this. No worries, man. You guys are helping me as much as I'm helping you, if not more so. That needs fixing. That's really ugly. But the sim first doesn't really apply today anymore because the physical properties have changed. I think now I'll show it to you, but essentially no matter what you do, you get Mickey Mouse ears with that. Weird. Rebuild this. 8. I don't know why the undo queue is working today, but I like the fact it is. So we've got that boring flow thing going on again, but we'll get back to that. That feels better. Feels like it's actually getting pulled now. That's going too far that way though, right? That's better. Right, so does the hairline need to be moving forward? I'm gonna do a quick test. Let's find out how wrong we are exactly. I'm gonna do a preview render, and then while I wait for that preview render, I'm going to go to my ref images folder, get this one, I guess. Just gonna drag that window into my other screen. Get U, Shift F, and we're gonna see the eyes and stuff aren't gonna line up perfectly, just because I did I matched another ref. Michael, will you be doing in-depth look dev and renderman? For what section? Sorry. For like just in general, or like the skin? So we got too much volume on the side over there. This isn't visibly clumping enough. I think once we've added the... Let's get that over here as well. Do that. Skin and so on. Yeah, I mean, I've blocked out the skin shader. I just need to do a bit more work on the spec map in that I don't really have a spec map at the moment. Well, I do have one, but not properly. I don't have a reflection roughness map either. So I need to work on both of those. Need to figure out when to add thickness. Try double meshing. Yeah, I mean, thickness is something where you don't even do it most of the time, but personally, and this isn't technically the correct way to do it, but personally I'd do it after texturing. I'd extrude it in Maya, and then I'd keep the UVs basically as they are, but re-UV kind of that thickness border, because then you get textures for free on the inside, which aren't accurate. The textures will be you know, the same as the outside material, which isn't how coats and stuff are, but it will give you stuff for free. If you do want, you know, difference in textures, then you need to add the thickness before texturing. Maybe after sculpting, but before texturing. It depends on what you want to achieve. Alright, so that parting's in the wrong place. You need the parting to go that way. Right, okay. Let's stop fucking about and actually do it. I just need to get more volume here. The importance of camera lineups, man, it's insane. We've got a lot of work to do on the eyelashes and eyebrows as well. The lines just aren't the same. With it. So what do I do first? I'm going to move the parting first, because that gets easier. So let's move it to be facing that way. Which groom do we need to do that in? I think this one, right? Yeah, so we just need to move that region map. Jesus, that was loud. Let's move this region map. Oh god, it has to be at like an intersection of 4 different colours, doesn't it? Right, okay, so let's start with green. God damn it. Pull you that way, and let's check the reference camera as we do this. We can't check the reference camera as we do this. Do something like that. And let's get the red. And just do that. And save texture. Save ptex. Cool. So everything's going to be broken now. So this guide needs to be removed. So let's copy that guide shape. Put you on him. Then delete you. And grab you. Go to sculpt tool, lock length on. And quickly throw it to the other side. And it's also way too long, so let's scale it. Throw it to the other side, do that, do that. S-bend, subtle, but there. I need to find where that line is. Okay, there's the line. So get rid of you, get rid of most of you. Cool, and then sculpt this guy. Just place a guide there. Do something like that. I'm really glad to see that the chat has been more vocal today. It's quite nice. Wonder if Matt's still here. I've just realised, so Matt, you don't have Facebook, so does this mean this video is recommended to you on YouTube, like by YouTube? Or did you just happen to have a friend who sent it or something? Because if people are starting to actually get it recommended now, that's a good sign. All hail the algorithm and all that jazz. Why is that bending more when I... What are you doing? There we go. What is that doing? Why are you so bad at your job? Okay, so lock length is acting weird. Let's just do that. Scale it to get the length right. And by right, I mean completely wrong, but good enough for the sake of a proxy groom. Because the correct length is along the length of the braid, or like it's about here maybe. Wonder if this is a CV based issue. Wonder if I rebuild this to 8, will I have the same problem? No, of course not. Alright, cool. So that's working better now. I didn't know conserve length works better. Well, lock length works better with lower CV counts. It makes sense that it's faster, but smoother is not what I expected. Right, so let's get a guide back here. Scale you up. Do that to you. Scale up again. Do that, that, that. Scale up. Do that. Cool, we got let's add a guide there. For some reason he knew what to do, which is weird, considering he has just as much information as this side. I guess there's two guides, but they're still equally far away. Shouldn't have been able to work. Do something like that. Pull you in a little bit. Pull you down a little bit. Let's show the groom. I need to regenerate all of my clumps, which is why we're getting this crossover thing. I guess it's quite important that I fix that. Modifiers, clumping. So I need to generate a new guide clump. And go to clump 2. Save you, because I don't want to regenerate. Now I'll update some of it, and save you as well. I wonder if there's a way to save multiple clump modifiers at the same time. But that will help quite a lot with the parting stuff, I think. So if we try checking that again, that looks like it'll be a lot better. What were the other things we need to fix? So we got the parting at least vaguely positioned better. Obviously we're completely missing this stuff. I'm not too worried about that right now because that's going to be quite tricky to get. I need to make sure everything else is correct. We need more volume over here. And the hairline looks like it's too solid at this point, so we need to pull that back a little bit. And it needs to pull forward more. No, it doesn't need to pull forward. The density is just too high. It needs to come down more as well. So you need to do that more, I think. And then you need to do that more. So you need to cross, I guess. I keep saying I guess. I should say I know, but I really don't. And that's fine, I guess. I need to stop saying that sentence. Kind of relaxing more than it is in the ref. Again, the obsession with S curves is coming in a bit right now. Density. I think the 0.25 needs to go further back. One of the many reasons I paint with block values. I learned this from a groomer called Tony. He's a fantastic groomer. He was one of the leads at NPC for quite a while. I learned quite a lot from him, and he always paints maps like this. And technically, like the final maps you do for a project should really be quite textural to have breakup, because breakup is quite natural. But he always started his maps without breakup. He'd start with block values, and the reason he did that is so that he genuinely fully understood what his values were doing. It also means that if you want to make changes, it's quicker. You've not spent days or whatever on breakups. You've just got the values that work. And so that's something I've kind of taken from him a little bit, and I find it works quite well. We are now getting the gaps, so now we just need to find a way to get them read from the front. Which I think we need to pull all these further forward. Beep beep. Let's just do that. And do we need to snap it to the head? This is going to be quite tricky to get right, but I think we need to snap it to the head. Which will be easier with Maya curves. It'd be piss easier with Houdini, you just do a ray node. But I can't do that in here. And I refuse to take it into Houdini just to use. Why did it disconnect? Okay. I don't know if the stream actually cut out. Please let me know if it actually did. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, so I'm watching the stream on my right screen. So I don't know why the stream cut out for about 5 seconds. So I'm not entirely sure what went on there. I don't see any reason for it to have cut out, but it did anyway, so. No, we're getting this gap now, which is good. I want to try rendering this angle. I need to rotate the light for this. Control middle mouse, something like that should be fine. Just gonna alt save. It smells cigarette smoke really badly. Hate smoking, it's the worst. Well, people can do it if you want to, but the smell of it is just so strong. Starting to get something. I don't know what's going on here. Right, so let's give it a second. It's really struggling to stop the render. Yeah, that's like it's probably intersection rather than density map issues, but I need to check the density map anyway. There we go. Right, so probably intersection. Not intersection. Surprising. Alright, so if something's wrong with our density or width map. Oh wait. Ooh, okay. This is a different groom. This is hair tied. Oh no, that isn't hair tied. What are you? Hairline? Oh, it's hair loose. So let's go into hair loose. There we go. So I need to paint that density map or width map. I think it's a width map. Oh, it's a mix of both, to be honest. Let's do the 0.5 thing. Let's just do that. A single hair floating where, sorry? Because of the delay in the stream, I don't know exactly when you guys are talking about. It's hard for me to keep a constant note of like what was happening 20 seconds ago. Alright, so do we have a width map? We do have a width map, that's good. That will save us quite some effort. Need to paint 0.5. Oh, we do have 0.5. I guess we just need to paint it all the way up there then. There we go. That'll feel a lot better. Do the same here. Cool. Save textures. Save width map. So now, there we go, that will feel a lot more natural. We've still got a bit of a gap. So maybe I need to increase the density of our hairline groom. Yeah, it's going to the 0.25 there, so let's paint 0.5 back in. Luckily, every time I need to paint something, I seem to be on that value already. Let's just do something like that. Cool. And same on the other side. That could be somewhat of the hairline. Hard to say. Something I'll do just to appease my my completely not real OCD. Oh shit. There we go. Why has he got the wireframe on considering that wireframe is turned off? Did I press 2? I pressed 2, okay. There we go. Strictly speaking, I should have that on 3. There we go. What was I going to do? Why did it have to break? Oh yeah, a completely non-important thing for an OCD that I don't have, but I really feel compelled to do this. Because not seeing a hairline visibly is really bothering me. There we go. Completely unimportant, genuinely unimportant, but you know, you don't need to do this, but I feel like I need to. There we go. Cool, save texture. It's just so much more appealing to me. Cool, and then save you. It literally wouldn't have changed the groom, but I feel better now. I need to check that front view again. Got a new subscriber. Thank you. We need this stuff, which you currently do not have in the slightest. So that means the hair needs to come forward, right, to get that, which is super strange. But it means hair here needs to slide forward a little bit, which means you are the unlucky fellow. Something like that, and pull flat to the skin because I'm forced to. I'll get it a little bit. Not good enough, but it will get the shape. And the other side kind of needs the same thing. So let's grab you, no, just you, and do that. Getting there. Oh, so slowly. Right, I need to do some modeling on the braids because I need to figure those out. Let's hide the extra groom. Oh, side note: make sure whenever you hide your extra groom, make sure whenever you're saving your scene that you have the extra groom visible. I can't remember what breaks, but something is quite unstable when you do that, or when you save without the groom visible. So, alright. So what we're going to need to do now is basically make sure these aren't intersecting each other. that. You only need to not be intersecting at the root. In fact, what I technically need to do is select all the first CVs. So let's go around and snap all of these. Oh wait, I'm literally selecting just the middle ones right now. There we go. Right, I think that gets all of them. Convert that to vertices. Select the head and make it live. Go back to you, verts, and then scale. Broken. There we go. So they're all now snapped to that surface. So now I just need to go around and move them along the surface. Something like that. Grab the guides that are doing weird shit, or the hairs that are doing weird shit. Do that. They are no longer intersecting, any of those? Nope, cool. Next bunch. I've got a bunch of stuff to fix afterwards, but I'm not too worried about that for now. That is completely ruined. So where's he going? That's the guy. Do that. Do that. I've actually got quite a lot of space though, I think. Yeah, I do, there's a gap. Okay, cool. Here's a bit of a problem. Ah, I hate this. Oh, it just happens they're not intersecting. Cool. Let's view it from down here, actually. I don't know why I didn't view it from down here to begin with, to be honest. Perfect. Sometimes you have to trick it to do what you want. So apparently it likes to move in short bursts. That's good to know. This area is completely screwed. Let's move that there, move you there. Let's give them a bit of room actually. You need to move quite a lot to like there. You need to move to like there. Don't worry about this intersecting stuff, I will fix that. You need to move like there. And is that the last of it? Nope. Let's just pull you down. Nope, nope, nope. Come on, Maya. There we go. You need to go somewhere like there. Technically we don't need to fix the other intersections, but I'm going to anyway, because they will bother the fuck out of me. So let's just do that. Let's turn off live surface and just do that. that's those. Do we do tube groom now? It has been a very long time. Oh, hey Lemon, how you doing? It's been a very long time since the tube groom. I'm intimidated, but I feel like I have to do this. So, there we go. So what we're gonna call them? I kind of want to do fur braids A, B, and C. A being this, B being this, and C being this. I also need to separate all of these out as different meshes. So let's call these braid A geo. Oh, actually we can't do that. Braid top geo. You can be braid bun geo, and you can be braid ponytail geo. What's this mesh? Oh, that's the original ones. Yeah, delete those. No use for those anymore. Right. Frankly, I'm terrified. Braid top. So let's do a mesh separate. And let's rename that to group. Then let's select all of these and do a bulk rename to braid top. Let it number them. Oh wait, no. Braid top underscore. Cool. And then go modify search and replace names. And replace dollar with underscore geo. Dollar, for whatever reason, is suffix, not prefix. There we go, we got all those now. They're named. I'll leave everything else alone for now. And then we got all these different meshes. Would it be good to subdivide all of them? I don't think I need to be honest. I'm gonna see how it looks. I think it's unnecessary. Because each one of these is 1,400 polygons, so that means the braids are 42,000 polygons, which is too much. So let's undo that. Is there an undo queue for every single one? Alright, I guess so. Grab all those, delete the history, save. I think they have UVs. I don't think it matters at the same time though. So let's go into, I'm like really paranoid now, do another alt save. Cool, so we got that. Let's select our head geo, which is where? Head geo, there we go. And we're going to create a new groom. And this one is going to be fur head braids top. Or fur braids top would be best. Fur braids top 01, yeah. So create description. Fur braids top 01 underscore description. Placing a shape in guides, create. Cool. Now I go into tube groom and I need to select all my tubes. I need to hide all my other grooms. Braid root. and then hairline. Cool. So let's go with, let's increase, oh, so that's 150 guides already. Let's decrease the spacing to 0.5. I think it generates one at each pole. What about 0.2? Test. I'm gonna do 0.4 test, and then I need to guide mask. I want to keep everything as default. Let's test the texels per unit. How can I tell if that's worked? I'm gonna increase that. I've got a feeling it's going to need to be quite high because some of those blades are really close to each other. So that's a 20 maybe. And let's just hit generate, I guess. See if it works. It's going to take quite some time. I also have no idea if the texels per unit is going to be way too high. We will find out. Because I don't know if it's supposed to take a while anyway, because it's currently generating a bunch of guides, a bunch of region maps, a mask for the groom. It's doing quite a lot of work. So I'm just going to leave it well alone, let it do its thing. Do you guys have any questions while we wait for this? Yeah, I've got a tendency whenever I click on a render or like any task that takes quite a lot of computing time, I tend just to pick up a guitar. Because I've literally got like a guitar right next to my desk. Like I don't even have to get out of the seat. I just can grab my guitars. I don't know if it's crashed though. Alright, so the bar currently lines up with the first P. They really need to replace the strings on this. These strings are... I feel bad for this guitar because like the one that I'm currently playing is a Fender Custom Shop. So it's quite a nice guitar. And I've got like 9-month-old strings on it. And I just feel awful for having... I just haven't got around to replacing them for a while. It's only just reached the middle of the E, so it is moving. I got a feeling that texels per unit thing was just way too high. Guys aren't enough CVs. can I kill this? Or do I have to kill Maya in order to kill it? So why are these so... Raise top. I've got quite a few guides. You generate most of the guides, that's fine. So it didn't generate that, which is good. Okay, so let's go back into Tube Groom. They're still there. Let's set this to 5. Test. And then cut param. CV frequency. So that'll need to be this can only reduce the CV count for a guide. What? Let's set that to 3 and hit generate. So that work? I mean, at very least I have the guides. But why don't I have hair? Do I just need to crank this? Oh wait, I will need to crank that, won't I? Oh, there we go. So it didn't generate a mask. Awfully nice of it. Isn't it supposed to? Oh wait, no, it doesn't generate a mask. That's not his job. Okay. So as long as we do guide clumping, we don't need the region map. So I just need to go through and create a map for you. I'm gonna put the guitar away now. I'm always like scared to play on streams. That's because I don't want it to feel like that's the point. So I always like play super hushed, but grades top 01 mask. Set this to black by default, and then create. And then I need to kill that. And as a temporary, I'm just gonna paint white wherever there's guides, basically. I can refine the lines later. But maybe it would be better. I think this would be better instead. Let me go to this and set it to template. There we go, that's much better. And then all I need to do now is just fill in. This is a little bit too low resolution. Assign and edit textures. Oh, is it on 2K already? Shouldn't need more than 2K. Alright, well, I guess we'll just stick with this. No, you do what you want, it's your stream. Yeah, but the thing is, just doing what you want, like, people often, like, I've been kind of judged for doing shit on my own stuff before, so I've learned to not always just do what you want. When you're in public forums, anyway. something like that. Then connect to you guys. What I'm going to do just for speed, I'm going to do the outlines first. And go around and quickly fill them in. At some point I may be forced to paint a region map, but they should be auto-generated, so I don't think that's something I have to do. I just don't know where it's stored. Although, as I said, if we're doing guide clumping, technically I may not need it. As in, I may not need the region maps if I'm guide clumping. I just don't like doing guide clumping. I avoid it as much as I can. Although on a mesh like this, I guess it's completely fine. Or on a model like this, I guess it's completely fine. I just realized technically I should be doing circles, not these square shapes. I'll see how they turn out and then I'll round them out if I need to. I guess I should do a test run with just what I've got so far. There's no need to do the whole thing. So let's just get that. Save textures. Go to XGen. Save the mask. And let's just, oh, I need to turn off only parameters in view. Then I need to turn on guide clumping. Modifiers. Clumping. Set up maps. Guide. Save. Take your time. And then, so that's fixed part of the issue. So then we need, what's going on here? They should all be guide clumping right now. Although it could just be CVs. Let me crank the CVs way up. So this is going to, let's try 100, but that's going to be too low. Why is that happening? Yeah, probably. So, let's set the width and stuff first. Width, so 0.008 was the baseline I was doing. And then the taper should be around here. Taper start should be around here. And then let's, for now, hide the meshes. I'm going to need that guide clump to be modified a fair bit. I need to do something like, oh shit. Let's set that to value of 0.5. And density wise, what does this need to be put to? What's the density of the head groom? Let's go with head thread root 240. So let's go to hide you to begin with, then go to braid stop. turn off tube shade. So 100 CVs is probably not enough, but we'll get back to that. I don't know why this is happening. This is slightly concerning. I can always paint those hairs out, but this shouldn't be an issue anyway. So this should be 240. And then we need to assign the material to it as well. Assign existing material. Let's go with hair dark. Modifiers. Should we just pull this down to like 0.4? Doesn't feel as solid as it would need to. Let's try cranking the density a bit. Let's put 500. And then let's put the CVs up a little bit. 200 CVs, which may be too much. I guess it's not making a huge difference. So let's try 150. Right. Why? That makes no sense. Let me try putting a guide right there. And then have it target this guide. I think they're crossing over each other a little bit too much. Get rid of that, it seems a bit unnecessary. I may need to go through and paint this. We'll find out. So set you as a target, utilities. Where is it? It's possible I needed more guides. So I actually don't have that many guides per clump. I may just generate some more guides. So let's generate another layer of clumping. And let's set this to 6. Generate. That is nowhere near enough. Let's go to 18. Generate. That's 28. Don't want that. 18. Generate. Give that a go. Let's do a percentage affected thing. Don't know what you are. Ow. Oh shit, didn't mean to do that. Right, so you got that. Let's raise the value of this guy a little bit. this to 0.4. Cool. We're not going to add cut. Okay, let's go in and paint our densities properly. Right, so let's grab all of these, set them to free, and then set them to template. And now repaint our maps. So xgen. So let's just set that to black. I'm wondering if I should actually make these smaller than the actual shape. Next. Kind of tempted to go higher resolution. I don't think 2K is quite cutting it. Let's set this to 1. So having these being physically separated might help a little bit. This is my first time doing braids with XGen. It is not a pleasant experience. Considering basically every other tool has a braid feature. Or a method that allows you to groom directly on a long mesh. I know Allnatrix has like a follow UV feature, which is really cool. Something like that. Extend it a little bit there. That carton really startled me. I just realised I've got some Guinness in the fridge. I'll be back in like... Oh, I may as well paint the last one. I'm gonna paint this. I don't know why I wasn't drawing that in circles. Save that texture. Save this texture. Why? There isn't a region map in this scene, right? Like, there's this thing, but not really. What could that be? Either way, let's do our earliest test render. It's gonna look bad, but it's a case of how bad. That's always the question I have in my head, is like, I know it will look bad, but how bad is it gonna look exactly? So let's start a quick test render while I run and grab some alcoholic drinks to cope with the amount of shit I'm gonna have to go through for this groom. Right, I'll be back in one moment, guys. Oh, I'm zoomed in a way that I can't tell how bad it is. You know what? It's a groom. That is the first time I've not had a Guinness explode on me. Open it on stream. Oh, yeah, I just opened it as I read that. Perfect. Right, I'm going to need the other meshes, aren't I, to see what I'm doing. So let's kill that. It's not a beta bottle, can. So I'm going to show the other meshes and just hide the... this gun's good. Come on, unlock, please. Is it ready? Nope. There we go. So show all this, and then I'm just going to hide that specific group. So now I have a little bit more of that precious context I'm always so obsessed with. I guess that angle is fine. Preview render. There we go. I'm surprised how well it held up considering how little work it's had done. But there's no noises or anything yet. And density I think I'm going to have to really fuck with. I'm going to have to really force it to do what I want it to do. Because technically, because braids aren't made entirely at the front, I need the density to actually be way higher than this patch would be. But actually, that's a solid point. I need it to be way fucking higher, like 3 or 4 times higher. So how am I gonna blend the root of it? Okay. Hacky time. We may have to do some transparency shading at the root of the braid hair. Because I need the density to be way higher than it is, because we've got... once this unfreezes, I can illustrate what I mean. But a braid isn't made from this single point. Like you guys can see my cursor, I assume, at the quality you're watching. So, as far as my groom's concerned, the braid is being made entirely here, and that's it. But obviously, the real braid is being made from this entire strip. So, assuming the hair is like this long, that means that I need my density to cover this whole area. So it needs to be like 3 or 4 times denser. But if I make it 3 or 4 times denser in this little patch, you're gonna see like a hard line of groom where like it's suddenly hyper dense. So I then need to make it less dense at the root but not the tip, which is obviously impossible. So there's 2 workarounds for that. Either I can make the width insanely narrow so you just can't see it, or I can do transparency shading. I think I'll go for the width trick, to be honest, since I have enough CVs to be able to do that sort of shit anyway. So I'm going to need to really crank the density though. Oh, this is kind of worrying. Xgen, set to 500. Let's say to 1500. So that is considerably denser than the other grooms, like a lot denser than the other grooms. But strictly speaking, that would be more accurate. So now we've got that, but now we have this incredibly tight section in here, which we might be able to hide. We might actually be fine with having that there. No, actually from this angle you see it. Okay, shit. So, hacky times. What I like to do for this sort of stuff is just get the root width, and this is why I don't use the ramp, because sometimes you need the ramp. Oh, it did that thing. This is too fine. Okay, so that's a lot more solid now. So let's reduce the density a little bit. Let's go for 1000. So that helps a little bit. So then what we can do is go into the root width and just reduce that to like half, and that will make it visibly harder to see at this root section. So that's kind of like if I hide the other grooms for a second. So it's like super dense here. If I set this down to, let's go as low as 0.2, it looks less dense, even though it's very obviously not less dense. It still looks less dense. So if I set this to 1.5, we can do something like that, and that can hide the density. It's incredibly fake looking, but it might be what we need, because that can now blend in, which it couldn't before. I also need to do a bit of guide work just to give it a little bit of a help, but I think that will help quite a lot. So let's show the grooms again. Let's add a basic noise. So let's not add cut, because cut is a bad idea for this. So let's just do noise. Where are you? There you are. Would there be a way to do one-to-one with real life? Yes, that would be literally having to physically braid guide curves, which, fuck right off, I'm not doing that. Not even going near the idea of doing that. Let's set this to rand 0 to 0.25. And let's set frequency to like 5. And we'll need to fix this at some point. I need to figure out where that's coming from. But if we now add strays, so noise, mask, load expression, percentage affected, magnitude can be quite high. Magnitude has to be do rand 1 to 3. So that'll bring it down in strength a little bit visually, but yeah, it would be a lot of work. It'd be unnecessary work, to be honest. You wouldn't really want to do that unless you've literally got a shot of hair being braided, which I have had to do before. Fuck that shot. Luckily, there was some hacky stuff we could do to get around it, but I have had to do that, and it's not a nice process. So I'm going to do another preview render. So now we've got increased width, increased noise, increased density. So it's going to look a bit more solid, but hopefully the noise will kind of break that up a bit. Why is Guinness the nectar of the gods, and why did I not find out about it until I got with Becca? Feel free to stereotype as much as you want. I didn't drink Guinness until I got a Northern Irish girlfriend, so yeah, feel free to judge that for what you will. But Guinness is a fucking good drink, and I did not used to drink it, and I regret the life that I led before Guinness. Also, I think Becca's gone to bed, which I feel bad for not talking to her before she went to bed, but I didn't know. I said to her, like, I can end the stream early if she wanted to chat. I think she missed that message. I have boyfriend guilt right now. And what boyfriend guilt needs is Guinness. Well, that looks like a braid. It's not perfect, but it looks like a braid. Still got so much work to do. Oh god. This hair at the back is really bad. Yeah, Becca's been really enjoying her time at home. It's really good to see. She really loves her home. It's quite nice. We're hoping at some point to move to Belfast. If we're able to work remote, then we are hoping to move to Belfast. Live a bit closer to her family. I think that would be really great for her. I live nowhere near my family and I'm okay with it personally, so I can go see my family whenever I need to. So I tend to find it's a bit easier for guys to live distant from their family. Out of the people I've known, guys tend to have an easier time. Again, there'll be a lot of guys who struggle with distance in this industry, and there'll be a lot of girls who are completely fine with it, but normally that's the way it tends to be. So I'm happy to prioritize what she needs. These hairs are gonna bother me so fucking much. God damn. It looks like a braid though. That's the key. I think I've gone a bit too much on the noise, on the strays. I need less strays. And I need to figure out the back. These baby hairs aren't working for me anymore. This side stuff is fine. This bit's fine. This bit's awful. I'm going to do a lot more guide work. I also need to get this and this working, which I might do now, because that should be quite quick in theory. Right, back to grooming. This could be an interesting topic to talk about, guys. So, how do you guys feel about the way our industry requires us to move away? Because I perfectly quite enjoy like the freedom that you get from like moving away and like being able to kind of do, you know, if you want to move to London, move to London. If you want to move to Canada, you can do that. It's part of the industry. It's part of the allure. Like I really like that. But what about you guys? Are you guys into it or not really? As I said, I personally quite like it. I like the I feel like I've lived a more interesting life because of CG. And I think being able to look back on your life and think, oh yeah, that was interesting, is quite important. I'd hate to be on my deathbed and think, like, fuck, I did nothing cool. Right, so I guess we'll do the main ponytail. So let's isolate this and not you. This? No. Where is it? There it is. Let's fix that model a little bit, shall we? Oh yeah, pipeline being correctly set up is so important. I'd hate my job if I didn't have a good pipeline. I'd hate it so much. But luckily we have quite a nice pipeline, so for the most part anyway. Obviously every pipeline has issues. I'm wondering, like, so like studios like Weta are really well known for like the quality of their tools, so I do wonder like if like how many artists there have like huge amounts of complaints about the pipeline and how messy something is or how gross one of the tools actually is to use. Because the thing is, like, for a demo you can make any tool look good, like, but every tool in you know, in reality every single tool has issues. So like, you know, when you look at things like Wig or Barbershop as it used to be called, the grooming tool for Weta, like, how's it actually like to work with? Like, how many daily issues you have? Because every tool has daily issues. Action is quite infamous for it. I've missed a few messages. Right now I'm begging IT to set up a simple Aspero stuff to transfer things. I don't know what Aspero is, but I assume it's like a syncing type tool. What I hate most about the industry is how much stuff you have to learn, how much software is needed, how shitty the EULAs are. Yeah, it's quite difficult. There's so much stuff. That's the thing. So like, you know, when I bought Marvelous Designer is such a small part of the pipeline, and it financially hurt me to buy it. Like I did buy it because ultimately it's something that I will make money from at some point, and I will make the money that I spent back. But I couldn't turn around tomorrow and be like, oh right, I need to get Houdini, I need to get Marvelous, I need to get Maya, let's just buy them all. you know, because Mari on its own, Perpetual is 1500, Nuke on its own is a disgusting amount of money. I think to get like a fully functioning workstation, if you wanted to do like the whole pipeline, so comp, lighting, everything, and let's say you wanted to do quite an advanced pipeline, so you wanted to use Katana, you wanted to use Mari, you wanted to use Nuke, you wanted to use Maya, Houdini as well, and all that stuff, you'd probably be looking at like a 15 grand software package. Like, it's just so difficult sometimes. So let's go into mesh separate. Oh, I can't do it with shift, of course. Mesh separate. And then let's do the modify search replace names. I know you can hire softwares as well, like you can rent them. Like I remember I was talking to someone who works at the Foundry, and I was saying how, you know, like they're asking me why don't I use Nuke, and I was just like, it's just so expensive. Or like they're asking why don't I use Mari for freelance, and I was just like, because I can't fucking afford it. Like, yeah, you can do £50 a month, but £50 a month is a lot of money when you've been freelancing for 2 years, for example. It's just so much money goes into that. Like, I try to think as long term as I can when I'm picking up software, which is why I buy Perpetual whenever I've got the chance to. I've got a vendetta against subscriptions. I fucking hate subscriptions so much. If Maya was to turn around tomorrow and say you can get Perpetual with 1 year of updates for £3 I'd buy it. Just because I'd then update for that 1 year and then not update again for years and years and years, because I know I'd save more money than doing the £300 a month shit. Granted, I'm currently on the indie license. If they continue the indie license, perfect, I'm going to stay with that. But it's just so expensive to do CG. I really do hate it. This industry is just insanely unfriendly towards freelancers. There we go, a bit smoother. Right, so let's get the head. Cool. Let's grab descriptions, create description. So this one's gonna be fur braids, fire, fur braids, ponytail, 01, description. Placing the shaping guides. I don't know why that's not the default. Cool. And then we just need to go into, come on. Oh, I've got the mesh in smooth mode. That might cause some issues. Cool. So let's go into tube groom. Grab these. Guide spacing test. Decrease that to 0.25. Test. That should be fine. Let's go a little bit higher. Let's go for 0.35. Test. Nope, too low. Test. Okay, 2.5 is the go-to apparently. Test. And then CV frequency. I'm going to put that up to 2. And I'm going to generate with the way it's set. Looking forward to tomorrow. I'm going to be playing video games with my little brother for a good chunk of the day. Play some Forza Horizon 4. It's the only game we can play together, annoyingly, because the only other games I really own are games that are either too difficult for him or too old for him. And I refuse to play Fortnite. I straight up refuse. Come on, X-Gen, you can do it. I believe in you. Somewhat, at least. I'm wondering, for tube groom, does the tube mesh have to intersect the head? Because that would make sense, wouldn't it? Like, it shouldn't be resting on it, it should actually intersect it. I may need to rebuild the grooms. Granted, I can keep all the modifiers and stuff. I also probably should have duplicated the braid groom to get this groom, and then just redo tube groom bit. How long have we been streaming now? 3 hours, 40 minutes. Yeah, I'll be ending the stream at the normal time I do. Obviously, like, I'm not rushing off because Becca's gone bed because she's not in the same house anymore. So I normally feel bad for like working while she's in bed because obviously she's just next to me. So there we go. Let's close that down. Set that to 200. Let's set just those two again. And then channel, template, X-Gen, create map. So Jesus left NPC or something like that, I heard. What about him? Yeah, it's he left NPC yesterday. It was his final day. It's a shame. We've worked together for the last like 2.5 years. It's quite funny because we got each other our jobs. Like, he taught me quite a lot about groom when I was starting off, which ultimately got me my job at NPC. And then while I was at NPC, I heard that we needed a senior groomer. At the time, it was just a senior. He obviously became a lead, but I ended up suggesting Jesus, and he got in. So it's just like, it's kind of cool how we kind of helped each other out to get into. I'll definitely miss him because we are pretty good friends. We always fuck with each other. Like, you know, in work we've got this kind of running gag of just being absolute arseholes to each other, which is something that I still really find quite funny. We still do it online as well. Like, whenever we message each other or like comment, if you look at comment sections on our posts, we tend to be like berating each other in some way. It is quite funny. I enjoy it. Although it has been a few times where someone has asked me like if it was legit, like we actually do hate each other. We don't hate each other most of the time. Only 90% of the time. Save that. Save that too. So why is this not showing up? I haven't saved in a while, have I? Now's a great time to remember. Right, I'm going to turn a fan on in the room because it's getting quite warm, and it's there's a bit too many there's a few too many flies outside for me to leave the door open. So if you can hear the air from the fan, let me know because I can just like angle it a different way. 'Cause it may cause like that whooshing sound. I don't know. Just let me know if it's making any loud noise for you guys. I'll be happy to kind of aim it to the other side of the room and just get some air circulation in general. Is there a way for me to kill the script editor? Specifically the script editor, not all of Maya. Yeah, I mean, I gave insider intel in terms of like just being friends. But yeah, no, we always fuck about with each other. I really enjoy the dynamic. The thing is, it's even worse in person sometimes. Like, I'm sure to like bystanders, it could sometimes come across as like two people that are forced to be together in terms of like they just happen to be in the same social group. It is quite entertaining. I think I'm gonna have to give up on this Maya. I think that ship is out. When was the last time I saved? Is the worrying thing. I've got a feeling the root of this issue is I had the mesh in smooth mode when I created the groom, and then I switched out of smooth mesh. I don't know if XGen reads the actual polygons. It's fine, you're much louder than the fan. Alright, cool. I'm much louder than most things, to be honest. Right, I think I need to kill this Maya. Rest in peace, sweet prince. Let's go task manager. Maya is currently using 20 gig of RAM. I don't know why. The long list of tools I've had to use over time. My software list has slowly gotten a lot longer. I still need to get Houdini as well. I don't know if Houdini is actually on my desktop. Perhaps in the task manager. Oscar, I'm not entirely sure you're watching live. Because you seem to be further behind than the average delay, unless the delay is just really long. Is that a thing? Okay, so we've lost fur braids for the back, but that's okay. Let's just grab all of this stuff. What is that? Oh, that's the old curve. Yep, okay. So that's sorted. Unfold the Maya tab. Oh, you can do it now. I just see loads of different host executables. It doesn't show up as task manager, so I don't know which one it is. Right, let's get this guy. So heads of D, descriptions, create description. Fur braids. Keep tapping fire. Fur braids. Ponytail 01 description. Using guides as always. Already exists. because it's already been created. Okay, so let's when it already exists, all you have to do is go to your project folder, go to Extra, Collections, and then I just need to delete that one right there. And then everything else is fine. So now when I go to create that same thing, it'll just work. I don't have to create another file. Although I may need to redo that. Description, create description. There we go. Right, so tube groom. Grab the tubes. Test. Spacing had to be quite low, didn't it? It had to be like 0.25. Everything else I will keep completely as is. Generate. The number of people watching the stream is slowly dropping off, so I'll probably end the stream at 11, because to be fair, this is getting quite a long stream now. It's about to hit 4 hours. Which isn't, I think the longest we've ever done was 4.5 hours, but that was intense. So what I'll do is I'll get the ponytail working, and then I'll do a render, and then I'll probably just piss about on Call of Duty for a bit after the stream. I won't be streaming tomorrow, just because I'm playing games with my little brother, and then afterwards I've got some stuff planned for the evening. So I'll probably be streaming again on Monday. I know that I don't normally stream Mondays, but I've got a lot more free time at the moment, so I'll stream on Monday. Will be the next one after this one. Although I'm not in the stream right now, so like if you want to continue watching this, feel free. I do still have a bit of work to do. But yeah, Monday will be the next one, after work. Probably start at the usual time though, like 8 o'clock, maybe 7:30. Sounds goo. Sometimes I do tools and scripting. If you'd start in a new studio, what tools you'd like to have? Instantly came to mind a groom transfer tool. Groom transferring from mesh to mesh is not easy in XGen. There's so many steps you have to go through. A way to do that would be absolutely incredible. But you'd have to switch out the names in the .xgen folder, like the paths to the geometries. You'd have to switch that out. You'd have to switch the project directory possibly. You'd have to find the paths of the Pt.25 files and which actual texture they link to, load that in, do a world space transfer or a UV space transfer, whatever, to a new mesh, then rebake the Pt.25. In the process, also convert the guide curves to regular curves just in case. There's quite a lot of steps to it, but yeah, immediately that came to mind is a groom transfer tool. That would be, in hell, if you just wanted to make something and you wanted to make a ton of money, make a groom transfer tool for XGen, because it is one of the biggest pains. Also, did I have the head non-subdivided again? I did. Fuck. Okay. So I'm going to select the head attribute, Come on. No, channel box. Let's go into XGen. I'm gonna. Can I just show the groom? I do that again because I forgot to smooth the head. Let me try. Select bound faces. So it's got them. So why is it not able to show anything? So we can hide this now. Get this guy, hide him. I'm going to need to do some chaos at the bottom of this, I think. Transferring grooms is something I've learned through a mixture of ways. That the method that I'm most comfortable with, I was recently taught by a groom artist at ILM, a guy called Frankie Nolipo. I do plan on making a video on it at some point. It's just something where I've felt I want to have had to do it a few times in my own projects before I make a video on it, just to make sure it works the way I expect, and so that when I teach it, it's because, you know, Action's been out for years. Like, there's no immediate need for a transfer tutorial. I'm happy to talk through the process here, but in terms of actually showing it, it's something I'm hesitant to do until I'm guaranteed that it's working. Cool, sounds fun. I might give it a go. Best of luck, man. If you do happen to make a groom transfer tool for XGen, like XGen Core, I'm happy to test it out. There's a lot of factors that go into it though, because your tool would need to know if there's a topology change or a UV change or world space change, and what combination of those it needs would change the process of transferring the groom. So it's going to be a difficult thing to set up, man, but you could definitely charge for a tool like that. Like, you'd be able to get some money back from it. So if you wanted to do it in your free time and earn some money long term, I'm pretty sure there isn't any I'm pretty sure there aren't any tools for it. Why is this not showing anything? So let's hit this. So that's not done anything, which is what I expect. Let's create a map here. Fur braids ponytail 01. Not description. Mask. Set you to 30. And set this to black. Cool. And then let's hide braid bun and show braid ponytail. And set you to template. XGen. Why do you have stylus pressure? Save textures. Save that too. I don't know why it's not making anything. I'm gonna save my scene and close my. I just want to try and see where I get. Yeah, good luck, man. I'm happy to help out if possible. I mean, I can't script. It's something that, like, well, I can do some very basic Python. I know the syntax, but I'm not at a level of being able to write tools. Whenever I make tools, it's more of a using pre-built asset kind of things, like you know, making tools with Houdini and the basic node, like setup, like making your own stuff. That's the type of tool I make. I know that the company I've done an internship for paid a lot of money for someone to come up with a tool that takes a texture from a tire profile and completes it, spits out a tire. Wow, nice. Yeah, now the groom's working. I love it. 80 CDs. By the way, guys, pro tip if you're ever really impatient. If you want to show all your grooms but don't want to click through the list one by one, all you need to do is start a render of any kind, and that will show all the grooms for the render. And then you just kill the render and it would have turned on all grooms. Obviously, it's a little bit of overhead, but you just let it get through to that point. And oh, maybe I should let it get through to the whole process, but yeah, that normally shows all your grooms. Maybe I should let it go until I got the first pixel though. Oh no, there we go. All the grooms are visible. It technically costs time, but I don't give a shit. Like, I like to use it. Temp braid. Right, so now next gen width is wrong. Ponytail 008, which will go to 005 because defaults, and go to 8. You don't need guide clumping for this one. That's a relief. Density is way too low. So let's go to 1000 like we did on the other one. Let's add a little bit of taper. I think actually we need to remove taper from the other one, right? Because we're not supposed to see the end of it. Yeah, we actually need to remove taper from this groom. Because we shouldn't see the end of the groom. Because technically it's continued through. I also need to do some stuff with the guides to kind of make this area more interesting. But it's not publicly available or anything, so I guess car stuff, yeah. You can also do the eye and hit. Oh really? There's a feature for it and I've been doing that this whole time? Oh. Thank you. I look like an idiot, but thank you for helping. This is the thing, like I love to come up with hacky solutions to problems that don't exist. Apparently it's my favourite hobby. Right, I'm going to do some crazy shit down here, but let's go to modifiers, generate clumping, set up maps, set this to 6, generate. Let's just see how this looks. There's a mosquito next to me. Why is there a mosquito in this room? And then we're going to need to do something like that. Raise that up a little bit. Oh, I need to turn off only points of view. I also need to turn off tube shade, although it's not really making a difference. Cool, then let's go to modifiers. Let's reduce the width just slightly. There we go, that's much better. Let's add a cut. Multiply that by C length. I don't know why I put an and sign. That's a dollar sign. Let's go for quite a lot of cutoff, because technically there's hairs that are in this braid that would have come from up here. So it actually needs to be cut off quite high. Something like that is pretty decent. I need a percentage of hairs that aren't clumping. So let's do load expression, load ever, percentage affected. Let's reduce that. Cool. Within that clumping, let's add a load expression. Set to 1 for a second. Didn't mean to click that box. Frequency 2. 1. 0.5. 2. Rand 0 to 2. 0 to 3. I hope something that you guys learn from this stream, by the way, is that, like, even though I've been grooming for years, I go into this and think, what the fuck value do I need to use? Because I have no idea. Like, I just kind of piss about with it. It's something that's quite important to be aware of in CG, is that, like, you never learn exactly what to do. You just learn the process and how to do the process very quickly. I think that's quite important to be aware of. This needs to be a little bit more relaxed out of the braid. There we go. Something like that will be good. Cool. And then let's do round 0 to 1. Frequency needs to go a lot higher in this case, so frequency needs to go to like 2, I guess, would be correct for this one. There we go, we got a basic braid. Now let's just add some noise. Oh, strays even. Do percentage affected. In fact, no, I'm just going to do the magnitude. Load expression. Whatever. Noise magnitude. Blah de blah de blah. Set you to 0. Percentage stray quite high. Set you to quite high value. Frequency to 0.2. Cool. Back to this noise. I want to reduce this a little bit. I think density needs to go up a little bit too. So modifiers. Density, let's go to 1200. Oh no, 12,000, Jesus. I need to add like a little elastic band to tie the end of it closed. Right, so let's give that a quick go. And then this will pretty much be the last bit of the grooming I'll do today. Oh, Rebecca's back. I thought you were asleep. I'll be ending the stream pretty soon, if you wanted to chat on the phone. So let's give that a go. While this starts, I'm just going to nip to the toilet. I'll be back in 1 second, guys. Also, Becca, how's Daisy doing? it's working. Quick, everyone, talk about him while he's gone. Also, Daisy is my dog. Daisy being a dog doesn't answer my question, Becca. Also, why is the viewers just suddenly shut up? And Becca is one person, not several. Right, we have a ponytail. We have braids. We need to do this braid, although I need to tweak the model for that for a while. And then we just need to spend generations of time tweaking and fixing everything so it looks good. There's a few silhouette issues for my tastes. I really don't like this straight line that you got going here. I need this to arch more or do something. This gap is excessive. I need to close that up. Although it can be closed up with this groom that can kind of do a bit of covering for me. The back is really flat and boring. This groom doesn't feel natural. It's got a little tinge of red to that section. Peach fuzz is working fine. I need to shorten it on the nose a little bit, but it's working fine, surprisingly. Eyebrows are quite boring. Eyelashes don't have enough variation from the side view. They're just too straight, or too evenly curled, I guess I should say. So Becca just messaged me on Facebook to say apparently oh no. So apparently you guys can hear me pee when I go toilet. That's really embarrassing. I will mute my microphone whenever I go from now on. I apologise that you had to listen to that. Fuck. I'd be parting at this point already. Still so much to learn. To be fair, most people would be leaving the groom at this point. A majority of people would be leaving the groom at this point. It's just because I spent years getting used to spending obsessive amounts of time on a groom. I spent 8 months on one specific groom, like with very few breaks, like literally 1 week off here, 1 week off there, working on different stuff. I was working on stuff simultaneously, but I'm used to spending an obscene amount of time on stuff. So for me, it's just like I really want to keep pushing because this doesn't feel natural. It feels like a ponytail show. It doesn't feel natural. And the hair qualities are different in different areas, which is a giveaway of it not being done. So if the hair qualities are different in different regions, that means I've not settled on a look, which means I'm not matching a reference. Because this groom here feels kind of matted in a way, like the clumps are very aggressive. This feels quite wispy in a nice way, but is also very smooth into the same area where this is quite coarse. The strays on the braids make them feel a little bit too abrasive for my taste. This feels like a completely different type of hair from the back. The strays on this back section are way too consistent. It feels like a completely separate groom. It's like a hard line with this inside it. This curl is too consistent, and the high frequency noise is way higher frequency than any other groom. Peach Fuzz looks cool. Peach Fuzz is like the only groom I'm happy with. Send it to David for notes. Oh god, he's so good at notes. I also still feel bad for when I sent him notes on when I sent him Rowan Creature for notes, and then he ended up giving notes that I was just too lazy to fix because it was quite late in the process and I was done for. I guess this project I could send it around this point and be like, hey, I promise I'll do the notes that you send. Although I will need to render a turntable for that to be effective. So if you have an RTX card, you can download RTX voice software, take your mic, throw an AI voice cancellation. You can fart as loud as you want. I'm glad the priorities are set straight. That I'm happy. I'm very happy about that. Nice. I really appreciate that. Actually, this made me smile. Right. So I'm going to render from the back, and then I'm going to start the final render for this stream. Let's render from like this angle, and I'm going to turn the light. Right, so we got, where is it? do that. And then where is the light? Oh, it's in render here, of course. And I think I set this to -90 was the good one for this angle. Yep, that's about right. Start preview render there. We've done quite a few renders in the stream because I've deleted quite a few as well. At least this lot of grooms are still early enough to be done. Becca, can you retype that in like English, please? That makes absolutely no sense. Oscar doesn't understand it either. Yeah, it's getting there. We just need to figure out how to close these partings because it's still not working the way I want. Also, I've got some random clump here doing its own little thing. You mean my comment? Sorry, I meant grooms in hair are still at an early enough stage for notes from David to be addressed without needing to make insane changes. Yeah, completely. What I'll do is I think the next stream I'll go through, I'll turn this into a groom. I'll get rid of the things that I know need fixing, so like there's the random hairs that are kind of doing their own thing from this top braid groom. I'm gonna model like a little hairband or something to tie the bottom of this together. I think that would look quite nice. Or I can go in, because I'm not using guide clumping, I can actually go in and kind of cause some chaos, which would be quite nice. Who's David? David, you should introduce yourself. Dave's not watching the stream. More than likely he's not watching the stream. He is the head of grooming at NPC. He's the guy who hired me, and he's insanely humble and an incredibly talented groomer, like insanely talented. He genuinely has no idea how good he is at grooming. His eye is just like, he picks out exactly what needs to be fixed. Granted, he's been grooming at NPC since 15 years ago, 16 years ago, so it's natural that he's good, but he also does have a kind of natural like gift for it. He's really good. But yeah, but he's definitely not watching the stream right now, or I very much doubt it. If you are, David, hello. I hope you're doing well. Right. Let's kick off the end of stream render, which I'm going to start doing at 2K because I realised how much time I'm wasting by doing 4K end of stream renders. Just pointless at every level. So let's go. Where is it? Dome light. Set this to 137. Save my scene. Preview render. Did David do the groom on Rachel? He didn't, but I can't say who did because that sort of information is non-disclosure. In fact, I'm pretty sure I can say it because they've posted it publicly, and artists who are involved tend to be quite public about it. There's two groomers. They kind of took turns. One of them was a guy called Tony, and the other guy was another guy was called Seb. I'm not going to go into more information than that though, because if I was to say how long it took or why they swapped or when they swapped, that would be NDA information. But yeah, so the two that worked on it though, like that is public because they were able to post it. They got permission to post it and all that sort of stuff. I just can't give more information than their exact names. I forgot to turn skin on. What did Becca say no to? Right, so that's fine. Rendering 2K. Select the head. Go all the way over. There's so many textures attached to this head now because of the groom. There we go. Right, diffuse off. Subsurface on. So for scene again, we're almost at scene 50 of grooming. Right, preview render. I quite like how it looks with grey skin. I find it actually more appealing to look at. It's like grey skin with actual eye shaders and stuff. This looks interesting to me. See, when Becca put no in the chat, I assumed she was like screaming no at potentially saying something as NDA. Because like obviously learning where NDA lies is quite a difficult boundary to keep. And I've had my fair share of experiences of never like doing a major NDA, but I've had my fair share of experiences of like being on the brink of breaking an NDA and having to like go back and remove shit. Even though it technically wasn't breaking NDA, I still had to go back and remove stuff anyway because it was such a fine line. So I am very fearful of NDAs most of the time. I'm more fearful than most VFX artists are just because of how many, like, I think I've had like 3 close shaves with, you know, again, I've never broken an NDA, but I've had a few times where the stuff I've said is like on that cusp of breaking it. Never on these streams though. I don't think I've, like, because I do rewatch the streams sometimes just to make sure I didn't slip anything. Like if I, like, for example, this stream, I'll probably go back and watch a few sections because I'm like pretty sure I've not said anything, but it's worth just double checking when you're in a different state of mind. Obviously, if I did say anything, I'll just edit it out. So, and if I did edit anything out, I'll also edit this section out, so it's not an admission of guilt. But yeah. Getting there. The image is starting to come together now. Now that we've got a groom that looks okay from the front view, we are going to start getting something that looks better as a whole image. I've still got to texture the earrings, still got to make the teeth, because they're still placeholders. Still got to texture the caruncle properly. Need to revisit the eye textures. The ear position may or may not be right. I haven't figured that out yet because it's different in different references. Which shouldn't make sense because the ears aren't attached to any muscles that move them. And then hairline isn't quite right, but we're getting closer. We've got all the grooms in place bar 1. So we're going to be getting to that really extreme refinements stage. Spec still feels funky. Yeah, don't have... I've got a basic spec matte, but no spec roughness yet. The spec is something I need to revisit. Well, I say revisit. The spec is something I need to visit because I haven't actually dedicated any time to it yet. I need to change lighting setup though, because this lighting setup is pretty poor at showing skin reflection, because it's such a flat like scene. But I will be doing that at some point. yeah, don't worry about spec yet. Maybe at some point I'll need a hand with like some people's eyes, kind of help me get through it. That bold patch that's really bothering me. But for now, it's fine. Oh, I'll get everything else in place first. This project's definitely turning out a lot better than I expected it to when I went into all this. Also, I need to fix this. That's not correct at all. Shouldn't have that triangle, it should be a flat line. Isn't it hard sometimes that you can't credit yourself for doing such well-known, amazing work? Sorry for my questions too close to managers. No, don't worry. Ask whatever questions you want. If I can't answer, I won't answer. That's on me. Becca, I don't know what you're saying. Told you so. Remember that there is a massive delay in the stream for today. I think it's because the stream dropped out for like 20 seconds or like 10 seconds or so. So I think that's been added to the regular delay you get. But yeah, in terms of like, you can't always credit yourself. Like there's quite a few grooms I've done that I cannot say that I did them for, in some cases, legal reasons, and in other cases for, you know, the sheer number of artists that work on some assets. Like you can't really take any level of credit for it. Because you don't know what remains from your own work. Oh, I told you so, it would come together, the project. Thank you. I'm glad. I don't remember you saying it would come together though. But thank you for whenever you did. But yeah, Oscar, never be afraid of asking questions. Simply put, like, I would say be afraid of asking questions if I was on a stage in front of loads of people, but ultimately I'm on quite a small live stream. So I don't feel the pressure the same way I would if I was on stage. Granted, this still goes out to people, so I still need to, you know, make sure I'm not breaking NDAs, but it's easy for me to make sure I don't break NDAs. So just ask whatever questions you want. But yeah, in terms of what I can and cannot take credit for, there's a few grey areas. Like, for example, one show I worked on the show Dumbo, but didn't get a credit on the show. So it's a really grey area as to what I can say about it. Like, it's fine for me to say that I did work on it. That's completely fine because the studio has taken credit for the film. It's just that my name wasn't in the credits, and there's a myriad of reasons it wasn't in. We're up to 8 viewers. I mean, was that 12 at one point? Yeah, we're up to 9 now. People are starting to join the stream again. I don't know why. But yeah, I mean, this is pretty much the end of the stream. It's more of a discussion at this point. So anyone who's new joining, feel free to ask questions and chat, but there's no work going to happen from this point. Are there places you've been on stage? Well, I've been like in front of crowds talking at Bournemouth University. I've been on a Skype call with 80 students for Manchester University. But I've never done like a festival or anything like that. Or tech talks, but it's like when you're in front of I think the largest group I ever taught in front of was 110. Now we're at 10 viewers. Why are people joining right now? Like, Becca, how was your dinner? Becca, you'll be proud to know I haven't burnt the house down in some pasta making disaster. A pasta disaster, if you will. It was nice, yeah. Fish cakes. It was pretty good. But yeah, loving the Guinness. The Guinness is really good today for some reason. I don't know if it's just because I ate something earlier and it's kind of tainted my taste buds in a way that made the Guinness nicer. Because I had the same can of Guinness yesterday. Or well, one of the same batches of can of Guinness yesterday. But yeah. Because this is a 2K render, I'm going to leave it rendering for like 40 plus minutes to get a really clean image, because I haven't actually got a clean image out of this for quite a long time now. But yeah, there's a lot of really grey areas with what you can and cannot say with NDAs. You know, it depends on the client, it depends on the specific show, it depends on the nature of the asset. So things like Rachel for Blade Runner, that shit was tight. Like, no one talked about that. Even within studio, people didn't talk about it until it was public, until MPC had officially taken credit for it. Because that sort of thing, when you're reviving, in their case, well, they weren't reviving a dead actor in their case. But it's just like whenever studios are doing like actor revivals or actor, de-aging. So like you've got there's that character in Star Wars that ILM had to revive. Well, there's actually two. They had Carrie Fisher and they had the was it like Tarkin or something? I can't remember his name. So you do get revivals like that one that are incredibly like under wraps. Then you get de-aging stuff that studios like MPC have done. The actress for Rachel is still alive. She just looks nothing like she used to. She has lived a rough life apparently since shooting the original Blade Runner. But she was part of the process. She still came in like for all that sort of stuff, like to help out. I don't think she ever came into studio, but she was part of the process. Like it's been visibly involved with it. But yeah, it's cool, that sort of stuff. But that sort of stuff tends to be incredibly strong in NDA. So if I had worked on anything like Rachel, I would not say a fucking thing. Like it would be such a dodgy area to get into. But yeah, it's a complex area, credits and taking credit for work even if you don't have an official credit. It's very frustrating. That's for damn sure. How does it look compared to old? If I shift F on this guy. Today's progress is pretty decent. I'm actually pretty happy with that progress. Are you about to sleep? Alright, well, I'm going to end the stream. Becca, I'll give you a quick call just so we can say goodnight and all that stuff. Yeah, because I'm basically just waiting on this render to finish at this point. But yeah, it's been a long stream, 4.5 hours. So if anyone's actually made it through the whole thing, congratulations. If I was giving away prizes, I would. But I can't because I'm broke. Because I bought Marvelous Designer and it's way too fucking expensive, coming back to the topic of CG softwares being pricey. But yeah, so I'm going to end the stream here. I'll pick up again on Monday because I'm a bit busy tomorrow from like 12 o'clock onwards. But yeah, hope you guys have enjoyed it. I hope you've learned something. If you haven't learned anything, that's also kind of cool, I guess. Hey, since you're an audiophile too, I found a song with the sexiest recording, with the sexiest sounding flute ever. You're interested in hearing it after stream? Yeah, sure, man. Send it through. I'll give it a listen. But yeah, so I'm going to end the stream here, guys. Hope you have a great weekend, and I'll see you on Monday. Bye, guys.